Hello, welcome back to the channel, guys, with me, Free Tip Scout, for deadline day. So we have a couple of hours to get our lineup sorted on Sorare, and we really want to try and, especially after the update a few days ago, we really want to try and maximize our success, not only in Threshold, but also in the cap modes, which are going to be scaled back in 6 months' time. So we have a lot of lineup building to do today. Because of the update on Wednesday, and also because we talked about it a lot yesterday, I haven't really had much of a chance to figure out what my lineups are. So ordinarily on like the deadline day stream, we kind of come in to the stream and I'm like, these are the lineups that we're going to be doing. So we have a very clear idea. We already know what we're going to be entering and where. And then we just kind of double check that we haven't made any silly mistakes and we look for last minute DMPs. This is going to be a little bit different because I have an idea, but we still need to work it out. So yeah, not a lot of time to work it out. We're going to have to jump straight into it. Hello to everybody as well. And if you are just jumping on the stream for the first time since the update, then do let us know what your opinions are about the update, whether you like it, whether you don't. It's been very mixed at the moment, I feel. So a lot of people do like it. They see the long-term value in it. Some people really don't like it at all. I like it personally, and I can't wait for it to come into the game because I think it's really exciting, and I think it fixes a lot of the things that are broken in the game. There are a few things, though, that I haven't liked, and we've gone through them on the channel over the last 2 days. So if you want to know what my opinions are, my thoughts are on them, you'll be able to find all of that on both my Twitch channel and my YouTube channel. So do check them out. But yeah, for now, let's try and crack on. So before we start digging into what our lineups are going to be, just want to update everybody on how we got on in the midweek because it's been very, very successful for us. We were sitting 7th yesterday. We have dropped down to 15th in the Cap 220. Now, there's no weekly rewards, but this is the last game week of the month long. So we needed a big game week in Cap 220 to ensure that we could move up into the Tier 2 prize pool. Before this game week started, we were actually 439th or something. So we've jumped up 300 places, which is brilliant because of how this team done. And if I hadn't have gone out and bought these players, because I didn't have any of these players apart from Max, Allen, Gradle, if I hadn't gone out and bought them because we just didn't have enough to put a lineup out, then we would have missed out on a Tier 2. So I'm really, really happy. We're going to have a nice Tier 2 to open. Hopefully, a nice Tier 2. I don't want to jinx it, but we will have a Tier 2 card to open later on tonight in the rewards. So do check out my channel later on at 8 PM UK time because I will open the reward live. I don't really know what I'm going to do with this reward because the Tier 2 is quite a nice level of reward to open. But the kind of the issue that I've got is that I'm not really competing that hard in limited anymore. So what I might do is we'll see what we get. And if I think that this player is going to be useful in the new format, then I might keep them. But I think the likelihood is that even if they are really, really going to be good, I might still sell them if they have some good value because I'd prefer to put that money into rare, which is kind of our main focus now for the current format and also just going forward. How did everybody else get on? Can we ban words like update today? I think think we can. Hello to Jordan as well. Hello to Audris Vanagris, Arthur, Sopsy, Twitch Gaming. Thanks Twitch Gaming for dropping the links in the chat. So guys, if you are on the stream and you already don't play this game Sorare, and if you don't also play this game Pooky, which is the other game we cover, then you can get involved today with the links in the chat, which you'll find from the Nightbot. Use them to sign up. It not only helps to support the channel, but it also means that you get some freebies, which gives you the best start possible in the game. Free Tip Scout, your voice sounds crispy. You defo need the weekend and get a rest. You know what? It's funny you say that because before I ever go live, I always do a mic test, right? So I always do like a little recording, and then I hear back my voice, and I try to hear if the mic is sounding wrong, or if, you know, like if the sound is actually working. And I've done a mic test just before we went live, And I did actually think, wow, my voice sounds a little bit uh, grumblier than usual, just because I've done a lot of talking, right? My voice is quite weak, as I've often said. My voice is a little bit weak, so I don't know if you guys remember, but when I first started streaming, I had to. I think it was like every stream for like the first 6 months. In the first 5 to 10 minutes, you might remember, my voice was just like collapsing on me in the first 5 to 10 minutes because my voice is just like naturally weak. And over time, my voice has just got used to the fact that we are talking and streaming every day, so it's just naturally adapted to it. But yeah, we've done a lot of discussion, and I personally spoke a lot over the last few days about the update. So I had a good rest last night. I do feel pretty good. And we are going to be doing, for example, free tip scout fund coupons today. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to tomorrow, where I can kind of relax as well and give my voice a bit of a day off. Yeah. All right. So let's get into this here. We don't have much time to waste. So let's crack on. Our main focus has to be Cap 240 Rare. I think that this is a team that we are largely happy with. This is the team that I want to put out. I am pretty sure. We've gone through this team a few times. We've kept trying to see if we would do it any differently, and we keep landing on this team. So I think that this is the team that I want to do. Yeah, I think it is. I don't really want to play Hervey Kofi, but what we've explored is that we don't really have much of an option. We do have Jakub Slovic, but Slovic is too high in his L15 for us to put him in 240 and then put other players around him that have the quality that we need to hit the threshold. So I think this is a good balance here. And Victor Edvardsen, who I didn't really want to play in Cap 240, I think he's much more suited to Cap 220. He's the only player that we can really play up front because he has an L15 of 42, and in this lineup, we only have 42 left. We do have a few other forwards that we could put in instead of Edvardsen, like we could play Maxi, we could play Laurent, but I think that he has a good fixture. He's in relatively good form, and even though he doesn't really tend to score more than 60 odd, so he struggles to get 70, 80, 90, 100. This is a fixture where I would probably say he has a good chance to get an attack in return. So I think we could hopefully expect that he could give us a score of 60 points or more. And then we just have to hope that the other guys here deliver a really big score, because I think that Hervey Kofi is going to concede 3 goals or more. So then, obviously, of course, if he does, that's going to give us a score of, in his decisive, of 15. And then if he doesn't actually deliver a really good AA, he could only really deliver a score of around 15, 20, 25. So we're hoping that our outfielders do really good. We're expecting our goalkeeper to do really bad. But then we're hoping for some big over performances as well that will take us to 280. What do you think about the news? What news is that, Piox? If you want to do UC2, the deadline is in 1 hour. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. We will need to do UC, definitely. And Sai, hello to Sai, man. Go ahead, PEC Sfol. High scoring game because it's a derby with pretty attacking teams. I agree. Yeah. I'm expecting a few goals in that one. I'd say that screams of an over 2.5. News of the divisions and the threshold, etc. I won't bore everybody with my opinions on that anymore today, because we have covered it a lot yesterday and the day before. So Piox, if you want to know my thoughts on it, you can find the stream from yesterday and then a cut down highlights video of my main stream on Wednesday. Those 2 streams from the last 2 days will give you all of my thoughts and opinions on it. I can just quickly tell you that I think it's a good update, in my opinion, and I think it was a necessary update. I think there are some things that aren't so great in it, and I really am not happy. And I've already told Sorare about it. I'm not happy that they've only given managers a week before they've changed the threshold. I think that was unacceptable, and I don't think that that was necessary. They could have easily given people more time. So yeah, that's my opinion of it for sure. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks Switch Gaming. That's a big help actually. Yeah, you can find the streams and you can also find the highlights on the YouTube there from Twitch Gaming. So massive, massive thanks there. I view your tweet about Amadeo. It's very sad. It's really sad. It's really sad. I think just a quick note on that one. If you don't know, Amadeo is an Italian Sorare content creator who does streams like me on Twitch. He's very passionate. I've only jumped in a few of his streams because he speaks mainly Italian, so of course it's not really gonna be valuable to me. But he's a big content creator in the Italian community. He does a lot for the community. I think he's done a lot in the past to help promote the game and encourage people to play the game. I think he's tried to always look at the positives about the game, but he's also one of those content creators that seems very real. So he never kind of just like happy claps everything. It'll also be quite pragmatic and say this isn't good and this is why. So he's always tried to be, I think, a content creator that has given the community the truth and has also tried to guide Sorare with his passion and also with his knowledge. And he posted today that he's no longer going to be covering Sorare. He's not going to be doing content for it. And I understand where he's coming from. And I have to say that I think that there could be, that we've seen in the past, there's been some content creators that have been moving away from Sorare. Don't worry, guys, I'm still going to be doing it. But I understand why some have moved away. And Sorare, hopefully, for all the good that they are doing in the game, Sorare do need to be aware that if they want the game to keep being promoted by people out there, and they want people to be spreading the good word about Sorare, they need to be better managing people's expectations in the game and building trust better rather than undermining the trust. And a lot of what we've seen over the last 18 months, unfortunately, has been a case where there's been too many changes. And there's been too many changes that haven't been communicated ahead of time. There's been too many changes that have been communicated poorly. And there's been almost a little bit of a lack of compassion and empathy for managers and users that have almost been trying to play the way that Sorare have been saying, this is how you almost need to play now, because this is how the game's been changed. And then Sorare have just like, just like flipped the game on its arse, out of nowhere. And then you have to adapt to that. I think if you keep doing that, people are going to get sick and tired of it. And they're going to start to lose faith and trust in it, as Amadeo did. So I don't know if Amadeo's listening, but even though I couldn't jump into Amadeo's streams enough, I do just want to quickly take this moment to say thank you so much to Amadeo for everything that he done promoting Sorare, because I think he was a very, very good content creator. And the rare times that I was in the stream, his passion was amazing. It was like, had so much energy. And I think that's what you want to have from your content creators, right? That they're energetic, they're passionate, and that they're really giving everything to promote your game. And I think that Amadeo ticked all the boxes for that. And I'm kind of a little bit sad that I wasn't able to jump in more. But I do wish him all the best, and I hope that maybe we see him again in the future. But I think that he's got that kind of strength of will. I think he's already said that he has no plans to come back. So big shame, and I hope that Sorare have taken note of it so that they can avoid others that are leaving, not just content creators but managers in general, by how they approach communication, how they approach implementing change into the game, because there's definitely some lessons to be learned for sure. So Yeah, it is. It is funny that we're talking like he's dead. Yeah, it's a shame though, isn't it? You don't, especially when the game is trying to grow. It's a shame when you hear like people are leaving. I think who else left as well in the past? Was it Phils who left? Um, there was, I think it was Phils, wasn't it? The French content creator for Sorare. I think Phil's moved away from covering Sorare too. And there's been a few others as well in the past that have just started to become a bit disillusioned with how the game is being managed. Not with the game, but with how the game is being managed and how like they are managing their users as well. So something to keep in mind. Is Phil still playing? There was somebody else that stopped playing. Don't know who it was, but there was somebody else who stopped playing. A few others actually a few months back. So you don't like the update? I do like the update. Yeah, I do like the update. Please check all my videos. I don't want to bore everyone today. We're just talking about the update. We spent a lot of time talking about the update. So yeah, like I don't want to talk about it anymore today, really. Especially when in like about my opinions. Just check all my videos on the chat. We need to crack on with lineup building. So this is I think what we're gonna do. When I put this into the lineup builder, the lineup builder, I think it gives us the same team. Oh, it gives us a different team now. Wow. What? So the lineup builder really wants us to play Slavic. And as a result of slotting in Slavic, it's then also saying to play Molon. Now, apparently, according to the community, Molon is at 77% to start. Now, we wouldn't want to play Molon because he has a home game against PSV and he hasn't been starting. So I'd actually love to know why everyone in the community is thinking that he's going to start now. I love Molon. I absolutely love him. I think he's great. But maybe Volendam have a few injuries or suspensions. He's at 50% to play. Okay. We definitely wouldn't do it. We might be tempted to do it. We could be tempted to do it for Cap 220, but I don't think we need to do it for Cap 220. But given that he's got a really low L15, I think that we will play him somewhere. But this is just not the type of game that you would expect a Volendam player to do really well in. So we'll find a way to play him, but just in a low priority team. So yeah, we definitely wouldn't do that. But by doing that now, it allows Slavic to come in, and then it would say that Pappy would be the captain, and I also get why it's putting Augustine Biaki in there. That's not what we're going to do. We are going to do this here. We are going to quickly check whether we are overlooking any DMPs or anything. So let's go and have a look to see whether the expert has changed anything around Charleroi. Selling cards feels even more difficult now. It will do. It really will do, yeah. Like, it was already quite difficult to sell cards anyway, and I think that with the new changes that they're proposing, I think a lot of cards are going to be even harder to sell because they're going to have less appeal in the new format. I'm actually quite grateful that I got rid of a lot of my limited cards, for example, and you guys would have seen that over the last month and a half. We were shifting out so many of our limited cards of players that we just didn't want anymore. And if I hadn't have done that, I'm pretty sure I would not have been able to sell them or shift them. I don't even know if the bots are changing how many cards they're receiving or not, because you can imagine that the bots have probably been inundated with like loads and loads of offers, like take these cards, just people just trying to offload all their crappy players now because they just don't think they're going to be any good at all in the new format. They might have been good in the current format to help them hit threshold and for Cap 220 and for Cap 270. But now, because the cap modes are being scaled back, the threshold is going to be removed in 6 months' time. The players that you've got for those types of modes, you don't need as many of them. So there's just almost going to be an exodus of people trying to get rid of them. Some of them will still have some use, I think, in the lower divisions, but I think largely you're still going to need to target better quality players than the types of players that you can use now. All right. Hervey Kofi's at 70%. That's good. Our next play that we need to look at is Philip Heiser and Leonardo Morales. So if we look at Heiser really quickly, I'm not expecting Heiser to not be playing. I'm not aware of any injuries or anything to him. There we go. I'm also not expecting Philip Heiser to do that good because he doesn't tend to do that good away from home. So, yeah, we have to hope that he gives us a score of around 50 and hopefully not less than that. What's this here? Oh, we received an offer from Wistomania. Who's Wistomania here in the chat? Who's Wistomania? Thank you, by the way, Wistomania, for sending across this offer. This is great. Oh, it is Wistomania. There we go. Makes sense. Sorry, man. I didn't see your name in the chat. So, Wistomania, thanks so much, man, for sending across, donating cards for the community. Because these 2 cards I will give out. If we do a giveaway today, these are 2 cards that I'll throw into the giveaway. So, big shout out to Wistomania there for the amazing generosity. Yeah, thanks, man. I really appreciate that. We'll throw them in a giveaway today if we do one. I want us to do one if we can. So I will be activating the giveaway time at some point. We have to claim our arena ticket as well, apparently. I think. Do we? I'll have a little look. Need to put my code in first of all. There we go. All right. Do we have to do our arena ticket? Yeah, we do. That takes us up to 41. Great. All right, let's go back. So, Heiser looks good. Leonardo Morales should be fine too. So we're going to quickly check Leonardo Morales as well, but we know he's the main starter. So really not expecting Leonardo Morales to not be playing. He's got a really difficult game, I've got to be honest with you. I think this could be a bit of a disaster for Gymnasia. There he is there. Leonardo Morales at 50. Well, not 50%, 90%, but an L50 and a 50, and then an expected score of 52. Us Captain Morales might not sound like the right thing to do, but I think that we can't really captain Victor Edvardsen because he won't realistically score more than 60. Philip Heiser away from home, I don't trust him as much as I do Leonardo Morales, and Morales has a much higher scoring ceiling than Heiser. So Heiser can give us scores of 70, 80. Morales can give us scores of up to 100. And then Kadri can give us really high scores, but I just don't think that he's going to be able to do it in this game. So almost captaining Leonardo Morales is the lesser of all the evils that we've got. It sounds bad, but he's probably the best of the bunch. That's the better way to say it. He's probably our best option out of the options that we've got. So we need to check quickly Kadri, and then we'll check Victor Edvardsen. And then I think what we'll do, we will then switch over probably to UC really quickly. There we go, Kadri at 90%. And the reason we'll have to do that is because Twitch Gaming said that the deadline is in an hour. So we need to give that priority first, I think. And then the next one is, where's the Netherlands? Here we go. So we should be seeing Victor Edvardsen up front at 90%. There we go. Victor Edvardsen at 90%. Exactly as I'm expecting as well. So as far as we can tell, this team is good to go. And this is the team that we're going to trust to win $50. And I probably don't need to tell you guys, but you now have about 3 game weeks left to try and win $50 from hitting 280 before it's going to be reduced down to $15 in the rare for hitting 270. So absolutely, absolutely prioritize threshold for the next 3 game weeks if you can, to really try and maximize your chances to get as much threshold out of the game as possible before the system is completely changed. The one thing Okay, yeah. I was going to say the one thing that I might want to check here is who is our early game, because I often don't like to captain somebody who is playing first. I'm a bit superstitious in that way. And we have Kadri who's playing later on today, and then we've got Morales who's playing later on tonight. So that's okay. Yeah, that's okay. Are you playing the Premier League special? I am indeed, yeah. I'm playing it with my Luton Town boys. I'm going to show you that lineup in a minute. What we need to do really quickly is we need to head over to Ultimate Champions because I have not entered any lineup at all. How long do we have to do it? Okay, we have an hour to do it. Okay. I forgot to enter a lineup in the current game week. We definitely can't miss out on putting a lineup for the weekend. So let's do that now. Let's do that now. 45 minutes to be exact. Yeah, you're right, because it's at 1:30, isn't it? Okay. So let's get a move on here with this one. Again, if you guys don't know this game and if you want to get involved in it, I will leave the link in the chat for you. There's the link right there. Do use that link. It's going to give you some freebies. And it also helps to support the channel. So thank you to everybody that is using that link. This is such a big game. This Leverkusen game is so big because if you didn't know, I think Leverkusen are undefeated in, 34 games in all competitions? I think it's 34. It might be 31, either 31 or 34. I think it's 34 though. And they're now going up in it's not a title deciding game, but these are the two teams that are fighting for the title. And given that Leverkusen haven't lost, they haven't lost, have they? No, they haven't lost so far this season because they're undefeated. This is the type of game where if they lose it, Bayern could feel like the tide is turning. If they win this game or if they avoid defeat, this is going to make them feel like they probably can go and win the title. So this is mammoth, this game. This is so big. I actually think if this game is happening on... Is this game happening on Sunday? Surely. The game is happening tomorrow. Oh, wow. The game's happening tomorrow. So if you get a chance to watch this game, you really should watch Leverkusen Bayern because it's it's a big one. It's a really big one. There's 2 points difference at the top of the table. So Bayern are 2 points behind. And if we look at it here, Leverkusen are the only team right now in the Bundesliga that are undefeated. And again, as I say, they win this one. I think it gives them a massive belief that they can go on to win it. If Bayern win it, Bayern then leapfrog them. They go up to the top, and then Bayern are then probably going to be in the ascendancy. So really interesting game. Yeah. What do you reckon the score's going to be here, guys? Who do you reckon is going to win it? Leverkusen, Bayern, or is it going to be a draw? Because probably Leverkusen will take the draw more than Bayern. Bayern probably need to be winning this more than Leverkusen. I think Leverkusen just need to not lose. You reckon Bayern 3-1, do you? Oh my God, that's brave. You put that in Pooky as well. Do you think when the rare cap at 240 is changed, the in-season rare Prem comp will be more profitable? I don't know whether it'll be more profitable, but the name of the game is to try and redistribute the money. That's a question from Josh Wilson. The name of the game is to try out, with the update, is to try and redistribute some of that threshold so that it's not all tied up in one place, right? The money. And so by doing that and putting it behind the paywall, which effectively what it is, right? When you put a lot of the cash rewards in the in-season, it then means that Sorare can have the potential to increase the prizes without risking the sustainability of the platform. So they have the very real ability then to scale the amount of cash they can offer out into the in-season competitions, because the in-season competitions are fueled by the amount of new cards that they sell. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. Right, let's go back here. Ultimate Champion. So who do we want to play in goal? Who do we want to play in goal? We could do an autofill, but I usually like to try and pick this team if I can. Patterson's got quite a good game, but he's not really in good form. Oh, Ripley's got a horrible game at home against Stevenage, I think. There, yeah, Stevenage. But this guy here, Vulic, is pretty good. So maybe we need to go for Vulic because he's the goalkeeper that we recently won, and his level of scoring's been okay. It's been pretty good, actually, over the last 5. Same for Lynch, but Lynch is going up against Lincoln, and it's away, so that's not quite good. Obviously, we're not touching Herodeki. We're also not touching this one as well, Ione, because it's second versus third. This isn't too bad, actually. Tarno Vanu, first against the 6th place here, Sepsi. This is quite good scoring from him. He's not DMP'd at all in any of his last 40. He's playing for Bucharest. This scoring here is a bit concerning, but his last 5, he's really upped his game, hasn't he? Yeah, look, when they didn't even get hammered. They actually just conceded 2, but he scored kind of a bit poor there. It's only 23 as well, that guy. And then we've got Vulic here, who I think is just a little bit more consistent. Let's try and bring up all of his scoring. Yeah, he's had like a little bit of a bad patch there. But, oh, he's had really bad patches here, isn't he? Oh. I mean, again, last 5's been pretty good. 22-year-old Serbian goalkeeper in the Superliga. Okay, here's what we do. Let's pick this guy. Let's pick this guy. I don't really tend to use this guy very often, but he has a home game, and he's playing for one of the, if not the strongest teams in the Romanian league. So let's roll with him, and then what we'll do, Gibson for Harrogate's not bad. Look at the scoring that we're getting from Gibson here. What a monster. So maybe Gibson needs to go in. Got Gabriel. Loco. Wow. Loco's been in great form. I thought we had a Bucharest defender as well. I don't see him at the moment. I thought we did. Maybe we do. They're just a bit lower down. I swear we did. We must have one. I mean, if we do, I don't see them. Yeah, I don't see them. So maybe we don't. It's a bit bizarre. Because otherwise we could have looked at the stack potential there. But it doesn't look like it's there for us to do. So why don't we do Gibson, who has a home game against, I think it was Colchester. And then, like, Popescu's actually quite good. Yeah, Farrell at home. So we've got 2 Farrell defenders here of Larry and Popescu. And they're generally quite consistent performers too. So we could throw those 2 in. I don't think I want to target Gabriel away to West Ham. What we could do is we could target Loco. We could target Loco. Who else have we got? Okay. We have oh wow, look, we have Arujo. Arujo with a home game against Granada is technically very, very good. He has the potential to score really high as well. So I think we maybe need to look at Arujo here. The White Pele. What a nice pleasure to see you back again, man. Thank you so much for the sub. And thank you for the 5 months of support on the channel too, man. How's it going, the White Pele? Yeah, I think what we're going to do is we're going to play Arujo here. Like that. And then what we've got a lot of very good midfielders. We've got Soot, who does play for Bucharest here. So we can put him in because he's very, very good. We often have Luke O'Neill as well. And he's very good. He's very consistent. So I think we put Luke in there too. And then kind of what we've been doing is we've been playing Saka and Odegaard. And I think, again, we'll probably play Saka because even though it's West Ham away, this game should have a lot of goals in it, over 2.5. I think Saka can get involved in them. We've got Wirtz, who we usually play, but we're just not going to play him in this game. We've got Ilias Chair, which is not how you pronounce his name, but I'm going to say Chair because it's nice and easy. Where's Odegaard? God, look at Odegaard. Odegaard's not really been scoring that good. Not as good as what you'd expect from an Odegaard. I think for sure we put Saka in. Free tip scout, I'd recommend the switch to 3-5-2. No, I don't think so this time. Sometimes I do a 3-5-2, but I don't think that I want to run 5 midfielders here, if I'm honest with you. And I think our defenders all have very good fixtures, so I'm not worried about them getting hammered. If anything, I'd expect more clean sheets from them. The kind of the problem that I've got is that I'm looking at my midfielders here, and I don't like these 3 are nice and easy. I feel like I'm kind of struggling a little bit to pick the 4th one easily. And if I'm struggling to pick the 4th one, I definitely don't want to have 5. We could put Hogg in here. I don't want to put Hogg in here away to Southampton. This guy is actually pretty good, but it's a difficult game for him. We've got a guy down here. Where's he at? Yeah, we've got Piret. Piret's pretty good and he's young. This is a little bit of a tricky game, but they have a home game. This is horrible because he's going up against Norwich. This is actually quite a good game for this player, even though it's away, but it's against Wickham, who have not been that good so far this season. We've also got Harrison Burrows there, and then there's Odegaard down here, who's kind of like a... Yeah, so this guy's quite good, but he's not playing at the moment. We've got Victor Torp now, who's playing for Coventry. Yeah, okay. So what we might do, I think, here, we either play Odegaard so that we have Saka, we have 2 Arsenal midfielders. That's probably what we do, because I think there will be a lot of goals in this game. I think there'll be an over 2.5 game. Let's do that. I'm not overly convinced by Odegaard scoring in UC. It's almost like the scoring matrix doesn't really suit like his style of play or something, because he should really score better than this, I think, given the quality that he is. We've also got Coman, who has a home game against the 6th place. So again, we might as well continue our Bucharest stack here. And then We have a couple of other players here. We have Lewandowski, and we are absolutely playing Lewandowski at home against Granada. Big time. Big time. We might even captain him. I think we will, actually. I think we'll captain him. This guy's quite good to captain as well, Soot, because he's so consistent. Lewandowski's not as consistent, but you have to say, look, against his opponent, he should in theory do good. So I think that's going to be our team. Then the additional forwards that we'll put in here will be we could put Hilary Gong in here. We've got Ito, who's not playing at the moment. We have Diaby. Diaby at home against Man United. Yeah, okay. Why don't we put this guy in here? Oh, no, that's actually quite a horrible game. McBurney away to Luton. I think we could do, yeah, I think we can do Hilary Gong. So Hilary Gong as the sub forward, then as the midfielder. We were kind of debating between Odegaard and then we could do Hogg, but we could also do this guy. It seems wrong. Like, I feel like we should put Wirtz in here, which we shouldn't really, but let's put Wirtz in here on the bench because it just seems wrong not to like pick Wirtz at all. I don't necessarily want him to play, and I hope that he doesn't score for us, but it's also Wirtz. He can do amazing things, even if it's Bayern. And then defensively, as a sub, I think we will put, we could just put Gabriel, but I think we'll put Loco in here like that. And I think that's actually a pretty good team. So we have a team here now, which I think is pretty solid for the new game week, which is starting in 29 minutes in UC, Ultimate Champions. So we have Tano Vanu in goal. We've got Gibson. We've also got Larry, Popescu, so a Farrell defensive stack there. Ronald Araujo for Barcelona. Adrian Surt, again for Bucharest. Luke O'Neill, Saka, Odegaard, Coman, and Lewandowski. That's solid. That's solid. That should give us close to around 2,000, if not 2,000. So I'm expecting us to be able to get the 3 common cards there, plus 100 or 150 MGC. Obviously, if it does better, then that'd be amazing. It's really difficult to win the rewards that have real world value. So this Una is actual cash money, and this is like almost like a rare, like these epics here. It's like a rare on Sorare. So yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. Okay. What we also need to do is we need to do stuff for tournaments. And what I always do for the tournaments is we autofill. So this is going to be a nice quick autofill, and then we can jump back on Sorare and we can continue to line up build on Sorare. So let's do that there. There we go. Okay, we can't enter anything for this one here. For the Serbian League, we could do the semi-pro 5-a-side. Could we really? Do we do it? We've now got more epics, so yeah, we can. Perfect. Let's do that then. Lovely. Okay. And then what we can do, this one here is a beginner 5-a-side, just using the commons here. So autofill again. It's using a card there, which, okay, fine. Let's give the captaincy to Gibson because he's been doing really good. We have him in our main team as well. Then we've got this UC International Tier 1, beginner 5-a-side, register, autofill. This is quite a good thing, I think, about UC, is that if you're a little bit strapped for time, you can just autofill. and it will largely and generally put a good team together for you. Hello to Tyrus Chow as well. Thank you for jumping in on YouTube, man. How's it going? Over 28, we can put a team in for this, I think. Or we could, but we're going to need, we need 4 epics on the field. Okay, we might come back to that if we have epics left over, which I don't think we're going to have. Let's do the under 23 if we can. We might not be able to because we're using Vulic. Can we autofill it? Okay, we can technically because we have two under 23 epics. Okay, fine. I mean, that's not great because he doesn't even have a game, and Emil Smith-Rowe's not even a starter, but we'll do it for now. Let's take this guy out as well because we have a cap here. There we go. You might be thinking to yourself, what's the point in doing this? But it's just essentially just to farm the MGC coins, right? Which are the green coins in UC, because the more you farm of those, then like these ones here, you can then you can save them up and you can put them towards the packs in the store. And in the packs, you can then win the NFT cards, right? And all of my cards in UC, apart from 1 or 2, have all been won from just grinding the MGC and then just using it in the store and then packing like an epic NFT type card. So really, really good. I love this about UC. It's a very good system. It's very rewarding, free to play. You have to spend a lot of time grinding, but the grind is often worth it. Okay, let's do that. Okay. I'm saving my MGC at the moment from football and basketball to open an under 23 pack for 4,500 MGC with an epic and a chance for a mythic. FPL Thinker, I think, recently done that. He opened, I don't know if it was an under 23 pack, but he opened a gold pack, I think it was, right? And in the gold pack, he got a mythic, and he said like even his epic was amazing. So that might be the route that I need to start doing as well, just trying to save up for the big pack. Autofill here. Okay, we've autofilled. We're over the cap, so let's take these guys out. There we go. Now we're under the cap, and we can captain... Let's captain Ronald Araujo. There we go. Perfect. UC's done. Look, we're 23 minutes to spare. So no pressure at all. We were not panicked. We didn't have to. We got it done very easily. Can we do anything here? I don't think we can. I really don't think we have enough epics anymore now for this one. Yeah, we don't. Yeah, so that's okay. Perfect. I have about, you can see at the top here, I've got about $30 in the account from recently selling a player on Ultimate Champions. So I've got just shy of 600 UNA, which is the in-game currency to buy players, right? So I need to spend some time on the weekend to get an additional epic, because at the moment I'm sitting on 9 and my collection score is 90. I want to get to 100 minimum, because then we will automatically qualify for the Holders First program, which basically, if you don't know, means that you can get free cards just from having a collection score of 100 whenever Ultimate Champions launches a new athlete, a new club, or a new sport in the game. It's a really cool feature. And I've missed out on that because previously I've not had a collection score of 100. And because we're only 10 away, I just need to get another epic. And then I'm on my way to building like the teams in Ultimate Champions, which I think is a good thing to do. Yeah. Yeah, I could get a mythic as well. I did look at a mythic. There wasn't any mythics that I liked at the moment. So you're right, I could get a mythic too. But I think at the moment, I don't need to get a mythic just to take me over the collection score, right? If I get one mythic, then I don't, what can I do with the mythic? You know, like, I don't really have enough of them. Like it would get me off to a start. I think what I'd prefer to do is almost just keep building on the for the for the epics because I have some I have some gaps here, right? So, for example, I don't have a forward. I don't have an epic forward. So I think before I start getting into mythic, I prefer just to try and get more epics in the positions that I need. And then let's say I get to like 150, 200 of a collection score. I think then I could probably start looking at mythics. But you're right, I could get a mythic and then the mythic would give me what, an extra 100, wouldn't it? So then it would just bump me right up to 190, which is amazing. But realistically, my target at the moment is just to get to 100. I think we could just get an epic forward. Cool. Right, so Ultimate Champions is good to go. And do use the link again in the chat if you want to give that a try. Let's head over back to Sorare. Our cap 240 is good. Now what we need to do is we need to make sure that our all-star rare is good. This is our second priority team. And this is where we're playing Jakub Slovic with Ahmed a Goose in here so that we have a bit of a defensive stack here. And then we're doing another stack, which is Ivan Smolcic and Lyndon Zalahi for Rijeka, and then with Biaki up front. And I do really like this team because I think this is quite solid, having the two stacks here. I want to quickly check it to make sure that we're not missing any DMPs or anything. But Slovic and Ogus should be starting. There we go. Oh, Ogus is 50%. So there's a little bit of a risk there, but I'm going to take it. We technically don't need to take it, but I am going to take it. I think that this should not be 50%. I actually think that Ogus should be more. He did play in the cup and he scored the winning goal for Konyaspor. And I think the issue before was they weren't quite sure whether he was fit enough. But I think coming through, because the game went to extra time, and that also could be factored into the percentage that because he played a lot of minutes, they might be thinking, does he need a bit more of a rest? But he was struggling with fitness. I think if he's played a lot of minutes in the last game, that's good for him. That's just helping with his fitness. So I think they're gonna start with him again. Yeah. So we're gonna go with that. I want to have the stack if we can play it. We're captaining Smolcic at the moment. I don't know whether I want to captain Smolcic or Salahi or Biaki. And often I want to captain Biaki, but we looked at how he scores when he plays at home, and he doesn't tend to score that great at home. And it's also not that easy a fixture. It's against Rapid Wien. So I feel like we'd be lucky to get some kind of attacking return out of him anyway. If this was a really easy opponent, I think I'd be putting the captaincy on him, even if we knew he didn't do that good at home. But the fact it's Rapid Wien, really, really strong team. So I think just us putting him in here anyway is good enough. Let's actually put, let's actually delete that. Let's go into the All-Star Rare here. Okay. Let's see what it would suggest in the All-Star Rare. So Slovic, Lyndon Zalahi as the captain. Then it's telling us to put Pappy in there, then Augustine, then Leonardo Morales. Obviously, we're using Morales in cap 240, so it then diverts to Smolcic. And then we're also... We could put Kosio in if we wanted to. But then that would just break up the stack that we're going to run with Ahmed Goose, isn't it? Where is Ahmed Goose here? He's down here. Okay. Interesting. Bloody hell. Lagonga Limited selling at 26. Is it really? Oh my God. That is ridiculous, isn't it? Any advice to a guy with rare cat players, galleries, move back to limited? Difficult. Probably not move back to limited, but maybe see if you can restructure your gallery in rare. Hello also to Tyrus Cho. So what I need to work out here is do we captain Smolcic or do we captain somebody like Biaki or Lyndon Zalahi? Biaki does tend to have like a really high ceiling. Look, 92. So when he does well, he does very well. And that's over his last 15, over his last 40. Smolcic doesn't really have such a high ceiling. Look, over his last 15, his last 15 games away, the maximum score he's only achieved is 62.54, which is low. In the last 40, he has hit a score of 84, but I don't think he's done it very often, has he? In his away games. So let's just have a little look. Yeah, look. I don't really think that captaining a player that has only delivered one score of 80 points or more is the way to go. Zalahi, where's Zalahi? Zalahi can hit a monster score, that he's got a ceiling of 100. So maybe what we need to be doing is we need to be thinking about Zalahi, because even when he plays away from home, his AA is quite good, his L40 is quite good. Look, in his last 15, he's hit a score of 91 away from home. He's a defensive midfielder that every now and then will pop up. Look at this here. Every now and then will pop up with a really good decisive. Or look, he hit 91 here in an away game without a decisive at all. He had an AA of 56.7. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, what we've got is our answer as to who we need to captain. Look, he has this really good high end, a lot of good high end scoring here. Yeah, I think we need to go with this guy. All the Luton starters are up massively. Jordan, what do you reckon the Luton score is going to be? Are Luton going to win? Is it going to be a draw? What's your prediction for that game, my man? If you guys don't know, Jordan in the chat is the play sharper expert for Luton. So if any of you guys are ever looking at Luton players, or if you have Luton players, then Jordan's your man. We were talking, I think it was last week or after the weekend, that this is the type of game that Luton could not do as well in, even though they have been doing great, that historically they haven't done so great against Sheffield. Although the last time they played them, they did win away against Sheffield. I think it was 3-2, wasn't it? You reckon 2-1 Luton? I think that's a good prediction. Yeah. 2-1 or 1-1. Hello to FIFA as well, man. How's it going, FIFA? Let's go back to our All-Star Rare. Let's take the captaincy off Smolcic. Let's put it on Lyndon Zalahi here. Like that. Okay, so this is our team now for All-Star Rare. We have the 2 stacks of Rijeka and Konyaspor. So Slovic and Ahmed Agus for Konyaspor, Smolcic and Zalahi for Rijeka. There is a little bit of a doubt whether Ahmed Agus is going to start, but I'm going to brave it because I think he done very well in the last game. And I think him getting more game time now is good for him to build up his fitness. I also do want to try and get that stack potential because this is actually quite a good game for Konyaspor, I think, at home. And so if he does start, I think he could do really, really well. I like this team. I would love it if this team won a card, but I also wouldn't be surprised if it didn't because we are hoping for big scores here, and it's not like we've got players that can consistently deliver the really big scores. We just hope that they can all explode together. So I like the team. And the players that we've put in there as well, this is something to keep in mind, is that all the players that we played here have really high L15s. Look. So Smolcic with 54, Slovic with 60, Biaki with 51, Zalahi with 59, Ahmed Agus with 47. So a lot of the players that we can't really fit into our teams elsewhere naturally make sense to play an all-star. And this is, of course, where the best prizes are as well. So fingers crossed for that one. We need to do Cap 220 Rare, because Cap 220 Rare is our third priority team. So we can win rare cards in here. It's quite crowded. There's 7,417 entrants. There's only 560 rares in there. When you compare that to, look, to All-Star Rare, there's 630 rare cards in there. There's $11,795 dollars worth of cash in there. There's only 5,355. This is another reason why this has to be the second priority, because we have a better chance, an increased chance of winning in there than we do from playing Cap 220. But I think we can still punch above our weight in Cap 220 if we put the right team together. And that's what we need to work out now. Good man, and you had my best rank this midweek. 6th in All-Star Rare and 13th in Cap 240 Limited. FIFA smashed it out of the park. FIFA has absolutely smashed it out of the park. So FIFA's had his best ever game week. Do congratulate him if you can. And I can't wait to see what you get. Really can't. Especially, look, 6th in All-Star Rare. What do you get? Like a mad amount of money for 6th, no? Let's have a quick look. We're going to have a quick look at the up-and-coming game week just to get an idea. But he's finishing 6th. Look, $260. This is for this weekend. I don't know if it's actually going to be the same because it was the midweek, right? Not really, just a threshold, but a tier 2 is nice, cool. Yeah, so it's obviously very different because this is the weekend. He's done it in the midweek, but it's still incredible. He's going to get around threshold and a tier 2. Lovely. Please let us know later what you get, man. Really exciting. Really good. Like 13th in Cap 240 is really good as well, man. Incredible. Right. What are we doing? We're doing Cap 220, weren't we? Here we go. So we brought in Patrick Zubcik. So we do absolutely need to play him because we didn't have a limited goalkeeper. We then went out and bought him so that we could plug that gap. So for sure he plays, right? Then what we need to do is we need to figure out our defender. Now, we could play Pappy. We can also play Alexis Cossio. There's not a big difference between them. The difference is 1 point. I do prefer Cossio because he has a level of scoring at the moment that is a lot higher and much more consistent. Plus, he's also playing at home. So there's a good chance for a clean sheet here as well. So I think we do want to play Cossio here, and we are going to do it. We're going to play Cossio. And then midfielder-wise, we were kind of thinking, well, we can't play Salahi in here. It's too high. Grigic is too high with an L50 and a 56. So we've got the choice between Molon and Zapa. Now, Zapa missed the last game through suspension, but Zapa is now back, and he has been projected again to be back in the starting lineup. He is the main starter for Hashtag Split in that defensive midfielder position, and he's got a really good game because they're going at home against Slaven, and Slaven aren't that strong. You can see the odds here. They are priced at 12 to win. So if you know anything about odds, being priced at 12 means that you basically won't win, unless probably all of these guys get sent off or injured at the same time. When you're priced like that, they're pricing you to say you've got no chance of winning. So this is a big mismatch, and they should do very well. I might actually captain Zapa in this type of fixture because of the fact that his fixture's really good. I was thinking about captaining Cossio, but Cossio doesn't also have a lot of XP, whereas Zapa could hit a score of 70, 80. And then he's got an additional 6%. So we'd be getting like an additional 6% on top of that, plus also the captaincy bonus on a high score. So we might actually captain Zapa. Up front, we have a couple of options, but I think the one we're going to go with is Anti-Airseg with a home game against Osijek. We could do Benjamin Santelli, but I think I prefer this a bit more. So we're going to do Anti-Airseg there. And then we actually have 29, which is not a lot, of course, to put somebody in. But luckily, We have a couple of low-cost options down here, like Molon, for example. And we've also got Lauren. Now, Lauren has been starting quite a bit since Hugo is on the move, or has actually moved. What am I looking at this team for? that's the wrong team. Let's go and find them where they are. Here we go again. Is he projected to start? He is. Look, 70%, according to the expert, that Lauren will start. Now, this is not a good fixture for him, but our options are we can pick Lauren, who has a 70% chance to start, according to the expert, and a home game against a team that is strong, but they might be able to match them. Or we pick Robin Malone, who is more like a 50-50, that has a home game against PSV. And I think the answer is pretty obvious. I love Malone a lot. The thing with Malone, he has the potential to score a lot better than a forward. But the reality is that even if he starts here, what is he going to be able to do against PSV realistically? I don't think that this is the fixture to play him. So what we're going to do is we are going to target Laurent here. And we're going to hope that maybe he gets some kind of a goal or something, or an attacking return. So we don't actually change the team. But what I think we do is we probably change the captaincy to Zaper, given that this is just such a very, very good fixture for them. Hi, mate. I made the best decision on Tuesday and trying to get another Cap 220 team to rank better for the leaderboard of Super Cap 220. I'm 23rd now. Wow. I love to hear that because I done exactly the same, Uga. Done exactly the same. I also bought players in to help me finish higher in the Cap 220. I didn't finish anywhere near as high as 23rd. So Uga is finishing 23rd in the month-long rankings for the Super Cap, which is insane. It's an incredible effort. What did you get? You must be on for a tier 1 there, no? Or a star? Are you getting a tier 1 or a star? Probably the tier 1, no? I can't remember the breakdown of the tiers in that one. It's a high tier 1. Incredible, man. Really incredible. I love that your decision to get another Cap 220 team has paid off for you. If you hadn't have done it, you would have probably missed out then, wouldn't you? On getting involved in a tier 1. Love it, man. Love it. Let's put the captaincy on Zaper. He was 57th, yeah. I was telling everybody in the chat earlier, Uga, that, look, I've done the same, and that we're now finishing 137th in the month-long rankings, which I'm very happy with, to get a tier 2. But if we had not have bought the players that we did just to try and get us into a higher position for the last game week, we were currently 439th or something. So we would have got a tier 3, and we might have actually not slipped out of the prizes, but we probably would have got a really low end tier 3 because we wouldn't have improved our overall amount of points that we would have got in the month long. So this is why it was so vexing to me that Sorare didn't do this to begin with in the month long. Because if they had done it on the last month long, then people would have been more willing to spend money to make sure that they could try and win something that's worthwhile. But obviously last month when they done it, people just were like, well, there's no point in me spending just to try and, I could spend £10 and potentially come away with a 60p reward, right? Whereas here, there's some good stuff to win in it. So hopefully they've learned from it now. But yeah, congratulations to you, man. Really, congratulations. You'll have to let us know later today what reward you get, please, yeah? So jump on the stream later on tonight, or just tag me on a Twitter post if you can, and then I'll retweet it to everyone. Right, so Zaper is the captain over Cosio. So our Cap 220 rare is now looking like that. And I think this is pretty good because we've again used up all the budget. So we're really trying to squeeze out as much as we can from the Cap 220. And if Zapar, because the captaincy bonus here is an additional 20%, if Zapar can do really well here, then I think we'll have a really good chance of getting a reward here. Now, the prize pool in this is that we need to finish probably in the top 35 to win a really, really good reward. But I'm also very happy in Cap 220, given that we're just trying to expand our rares at the moment. I'd be very happy even if we just won a tier 5 rare. Ordinarily, I don't really want to be winning the tier 5s, but one of the things that I've realized is that our players at the moment, because we have picked out good players that we knew were going to do quite well, their caps, their L15s are rising more and more and more. And what we have is we don't have enough low-end players. So actually getting a tier 5, tier 4 could kind of be a blessing in disguise for us, even though technically we don't really want those types of players. We want to be getting rares that are going to help to propel our rare gallery to the next level, rather than getting a rare that is a lower level than where we're at with our rares, right? But if we can just win anything here, I will take it. But let's see what they can do. But I think this is our team. Anti-Air is going to start. Everyone's going to start there. They should, in theory. Right. Now what we've got is our punty kind of like throwaway teams here. So Cap 240 we've done. Cap 220 All-Star Rare. Our third priority team is All-Star Rare Plus here. So what we will do in All-Star Rare Plus is we will try, with a DMP goalkeeper, we will try to play the best of the rest, right? So we will put Pappy in here. We will put in the midfield Anto Grigic. We will put up front Benjamin Santelli. And then Eric Bocat is injured. So Bocat is not expected to play at all, as far as I'm aware. So if we go to St. Troiden, you can see that there's no mention of Bocat. He usually plays on the left-hand side here. He's out. I wonder how long he's out for. Yeah. Oh, Bocat's going to Trabzonspor. I didn't even know that. Bocat, who is going to Trabzonspor. Wow. No way. I didn't know that at all. I mean, he did come off injured in the last game. Wow. So this happened yesterday then, no? Oh, look. Trabzonspor pull out of Bocat deal after agreement reached. Seriously? What's going on here? I think maybe we need to throw this in, don't we? We need to get a couple of different sources here. Because in a day, it sounds like the deal was done, but then all of a sudden, it's not. The transaction is complete for junior Eric Bocat. This is from 6 hours ago. I guess we're going to have to... I'm not going to use him anyway, because even if he is fit to play, obviously, if he's in the process of transferring, he's not going to start, is he? He's not going to be used. I actually thought he was injured more than anything. But I didn't realize he was going to Trabzonspor. That's really cool, because I like Trabzonspor. That is really cool. I think he deserves a move because he's a very, very good player. So, okay, cool. So we don't use him. Instead, what we should probably do is use Carlos Garces here. Like that. Have you got any lineups for the new Prem tournament? I do. Yeah, I do. Boca is in advanced talks with Alvaro Barrio. Oh, I don't like that. I don't really like that. I mean, it's great for Boreal because moving to Bok is amazing, but is it? I don't think so. I'd be worried a little bit with Boreal, whether he's gonna start enough. Technically, he should, right? For Valentin Barker, you're right, but I think they have the problem with Bok is that they have so many good players that there's often a bit of rotation that happens. But if he's going to be the starter there, that would be incredible. The thing as well with that is that the Argentinian league, of course, is in the new format, is in contender, right? So he would then move out of the MLS, which is in challenger, and he would move into the contender. So he could actually be quite a big heavy hitter in the new format. He's already a heavy hitter anyway, but he's going to be an even bigger scorer and much more valuable in the new format of contender. Do I have any recommendations for a cheap rare midfielder for Cat 240? The way we do things on the channel, Wisdomania, is I open up a an ability for you to say, can you help me find a player? And then we'll do it. It's called like a free tip scout fund coupon. So I'll open those up soon once we've done our lineups, hopefully. So the quicker we do the lineups, the quicker we can do those for you. Let's give the captaincy here to Pappy. Okay, great. Thank you as well, Twitch Gaming, for letting us know about Boreal there. Does anybody in the chat actually own a Boreal at all? And if they do, are they happy to hear that he could be on his way to Boca Juniors? Right, and then we have a Cap 270 rare, which we will probably be able to put out something, but this is going to be a complete throwaway team. So Miami Yildirim, and then Bokat's really not going to play. We could do Baptiste in there. Up front, we could do... Do we not have another forward here anymore? Got Maxi, why not? Let's just throw Bokat in here just to, because it's a complete throwaway team. Let's just throw Bokat in here just so that he can get a little bit more additional XP from the lineup. Free Tip Scout, funny thing is, I thought about getting Boreal from Show Me the Money, but I hesitated because of his unsure situation. Yeah. I think it's an interesting move if it goes through. Because yeah, you want Boreal to be starting. No matter where he goes, you want him to be the starter. If he moves to a bigger club, but then he doesn't become the starter, then it actually, it hurts managers then that have been holding on to him. Yeah, if he plays, it's going to be good, isn't it, Ola? If he doesn't play as much as what he's been doing, like if he's every now and then just like benched and rotated, then that's going to be a bit of an issue for owners. And I think that could happen because that happens a lot at Boca. It happens a lot at Boca. It happens at River Plate as well, because they just have such a talented squad that they need to try and use the players that they've got. Like in some teams where they don't quite have the quality, like the quality in the depths that some of the big teams have. And so like you'll have a team that will always have to play that left back or always have to play that centre back, because even though they've got backups for them, the backups are just nowhere near the same level. So you know that player's always going to be playing. With Boca and River Plate, they've just got such good quality and youngsters that are coming through as well. They've got good youngsters which they're not afraid to give a little bit of game time with every now and then. Ola, thank you so much for the sub as well, the 9 months. I really appreciate it. Let's give the captaincy here to Molon. Maybe he can surprise us with something. Doesn't really matter if he doesn't. It's a complete throwaway team in Cap 270. So at the moment, our rares are All-Star Rare Plus, Cap 220, Cap 240, and Cap 270. Those are pretty much all the teams we can do in rare. Guys, this is the one now where you need to tell me what we need to do, because this is our under 23 team. And we are going to check it. We're going to check to see whether there's any any issues with this. I think Yankovic is potentially an issue because he was injured in the last game. He wasn't projected to start when I looked at it yesterday from the lineup on Play Sharper, but apparently he's back in training. So we might need to work out whether we brave it with Yankovic or we don't. So first of all, we don't have an option. We have to play Lovro Majkic because he's our only under 23 goalkeeper that has a game. So he's in. Ivan Smolcic is our other player that we can play. We've also got Kosanu, but Kosanu's unlikely to play for the Ivory Coast in the next game. So I think we need to keep Smolcic in. He's our main under 23 defender, and he pairs up really nicely with the Rijeka boys here. If we go on to the Rijeka lineup here, HNL, then Rijeka. What you'll see is that Smolcic is here at 90%, which is what we can expect from him because he's the main starter. Fruk is at 95%, and then Yankovic is only at 20%. Now, when we scroll down, people have been saying, are you sure Yankovic starts? Somebody said Yankovic starts here. And then, do you have any updates on Niko Yankovic? And then he said that he trained yesterday. And I think this is the expert, isn't it? No, it's not. It's not the expert. Look, again, he trained yesterday from this guy. So, guys, what do we want to do here? Right? This is your under 23 team. We can risk it and hope that Yankovic is going to start. Or we could play Christoph Lang, who is projected to start, but then it means that we break up the stack potential. You guys can make the decision on it. It's your team at the end of the day. They do, don't they? The big ballers in Argentina have really big squads. They do. They've always got good youngsters coming through as well. Maybe we need to do a poll on this one. We are going to play Killian Corridor no matter what because he's our under 23 forward. It's a question of whether we play Yankovic or Christoph Lang. Let's also bring up the lineup builder here quickly. Under 23 limited. Let's suggest a lineup really quickly. Okay, so of course it's going to tell me to play Lagonga and Doughty, who obviously are part of my other teams, but we've then got Corridor, Smolcic, and then if we put Fruk in here, who has a pretty good rating. And then you can see that Christoph Lang has a fairly good pick score, projected to start, and I would expect him to start. He was the new signing for Rapid Wien. It's a difficult game, so it should be kind of a close game. Should be quite a lot of goals in it, I think. And then down at the bottom here, we have Yankovic, who, according to the community, is probably going to be on the bench. But then a few people on Play Sharper are saying that he's going to start. So I'm glad that I don't have to make this decision. I can just pass it off to you guys. Let's do a poll. The reason we do a poll here is because it's your team. So if the team wins a reward, I give the reward out to one of you guys in the community. And so it's a community-built team, and you guys also decide how we line it up each week, right? So Yankovic or Lang for the extra slot. All right. Yankovic, here we go. And remember that everybody can take part in this, okay? Yankovic and then Lang. We're going to allow additional votes as well. So if you have free to Scout Fund coupons, you can vote more than once for the option that you want. So maybe if you really want Yankovic and you don't see Yankovic, or maybe if you really want Lang and you see that Lang is not winning, you can try to sway the vote so that we do pick the player that you actually really want us to pick. and you can do that for a cost of 1,000 free Tip Scout Fund coupons, and you can use those as many times as you want. You guys are going to have a minute to vote. So vote away, and whoever does get the most amount of votes here is then going to be the player that we pick for the extra slot in our under 23 team. And then what we'll probably do as well is another quick vote after that as to who we then captain. But for now, let's work out whether we do Yankovic or Lang in the under 23 team. So away we go. And please do vote, guys, because as I say, this is your team. This is an under 23 team that's playing for you, not for me. We want this team to do as good as we can, which means that I want everyone's input to try and make it as good a team as we can, so that it can then hit as many rewards as possible that we can give out to you guys in the community. You don't need to be even a sub to win these rewards at all. I give these rewards out over on Twitter. So everybody and anybody can win these, right, in the Sorare community. How's the voting going? We have 6 votes at the moment. Please do vote more. We have a lot more people in the chat than 6, so please get your votes in, guys, right now. We want this to win, and I want everyone to have said that they've had a part in it. We only had 6 votes. Wow, okay. The vote was Lang, so only 6 voted. Lang wins it with 5. Do get involved in the votes, guys. I can't stress it enough. This is the whole point of the under 23 team. It's supposed to be a team that you guys get involved in and get behind as a community. And I know that 6 is not. 6 is some from the community, but for a community team, we want a lot more involvement than that. So thank you to those who did vote. You voted for Lang, so we're now going to put Lang in there. Okay, so Lang goes in. Now it's a question of who do we captain? Who do we captain? So I'm going to put this out now as a new poll. Who do we captain? And thank you also for Bambino for the follow, man. Welcome into the channel. Who do we captain in the community under 23 team? All right, that's the question. And then the choices that you've got are Match Kick, right? Smolcic, Frook, Corridor, and then Lang. Okay? And remember, I'm not choosing this at all. You guys are choosing it. So the captaincy is often one of the most important decisions that you have to make with any lineup in Sorare. And if you get the captaincy wrong, it can often mean that you can miss out on a reward, right? Or a higher tier reward. So getting the captaincy is so crucial to the success of how you often do in Sorare. You guys have the decision to make, so it's on your shoulders. You have to decide who you think is going to be the best player this weekend in our community under 23 team to give you guys a reward. You can see some of the details here, the pick scores. You can see the percentages to win. There's no right or wrong here. It's just what you think is going to be the best for the team and who you would like us to captain. So again, you can give yourself more votes if you really want to make sure that we captain a player that you voted for and you don't see it's going that way. You can try to bring it that way by voting for an additional 1,000 free Tip Scout Fund coupons. So you have 1 minute to vote. 1 minute to vote. Please do vote. This is your team, guys, and I really want this team to win a card award, a great card award that we can give out at the end of this weekend. So away we go. The poll is started. And get voting, guys. Get your votes in. And then the player that gets the most amount of votes is then going to be the player that we captain, of course, this weekend, okay? Let's have a quick look at the results so far. Do get some more votes in here if you can. As I say, there's no right or wrong. It's just who you would prefer us to captain here, okay? Who you think is the best chance for us to get the best score in. Who do you think is going to score better than everybody else in that team? That's essentially what you need to think about when you're looking at the captaincy. Who can score the highest here from this team of 5 this weekend? At the moment, we have a clear front runner. There's about 5 seconds left. And it was a nice, easy one. Corridor smashes it. Corridor got 67% of the votes there. He ran right on it. It was a landslide. So Corridor is going to be the captain in our under-23 team this weekend. And thank you so much to everyone that voted for your under-23 team. So Corridor's the captain. We take Yankovic out. We put Lang in. So this is now going to be your under-23 team for the weekend. Okay, let's go back so you guys can see it in all its glory. There we go, guys. This is the under-23 team for the weekend. Take a quick screen of that as well, because I will share that after the stream. What do you reckon, guys? Is that going to hit a card reward or not? We're going to need to get a score of around 350, I reckon, in order for us to win something to give out to the community. Can it do it? Write in the chat, win, if you think, or W actually. Write in the chat, W, if you think this team can hit a card reward. Write in the chat, L, if you think this team is not going to win a card reward. Seated reckons it's going to do it. What do the rest of you guys think? Twitch thinks it's going to do it too. I like the positivity so far with this under-23 community team. I really hope that we can win something for you guys, honestly. It is a little bit tough with the away games, I think, isn't it, FIFA? Yeah. With the Rijeka one. I think, though, that Rijeka should still come out on top on that, but it would have been better if that was at home. So a lot of you guys, in fact, it's only really one at the moment. It's FIFA who doesn't think it's going to be able to win anything. But most of you are feeling quite positive about this one. Great. Yeah, the goalkeeper matchup's not great. I'll be honest with you, I think if this does win anything, I'll be surprised if it wins anything more than a tier 5. Because I'm not sure we'll be able to get a score of like 370, 380, which is then usually around a tier 4. That's a lot. It's a lot to get in under 23. But I just hope that we can give something out this weekend from it. So, yeah, guys, keep an eye on that. That's the under 23 team for you for the weekend. Right. Now what I need to do is I need to work out the rest of my teams here in Limited. So the next priority for me is the Cap 240 Limited. Okay. So this is going to be difficult for us to hit the threshold in Limited because we've only got 1, 2, 3. We've got 4 starting goalkeepers. We're using Kaminsky in the Premier League in season, which is effectively the winter special continued in its new format now. Lovro, of course, we're using in under 23. Patrick Zubtuk we're using in Cap 220 Rare, which then means that Taskaran is the only goalkeeper that we have. The only limited goalkeeper that we have starting that we need to play. Now, because the threshold is changing next week, I do want to try and prioritize our chances to get as much of the threshold at the current reward values as possible. So next week, we're likely going to be winning $2, right? Rather than $5. It's a big difference. So we want to see if we can just squeeze out more $5 wins whilst we've got it in the $280.5 format. So Taskran has to go in. And what it makes me think is that technically we probably shouldn't be playing all Alanyaspor because it's Alanyaspor. I would like to do it because it means that we just rely on one game for the team to do well in. But also, to be honest with you, this is an away game to Fenerbahce. If we're being honest about it, we should really be trying to reduce our exposure to this game by having as few players as possible in this game on the Alanya Sport side. So I think actually we're probably not going to do the stack. We also don't have to because we've already got more than enough players and we wouldn't even be putting Sergio Cordova up front anyway. So what we're probably going to do is we are probably going to play a different player. Yeah, it really is, isn't it? Yeah. It's bad enough that we have to play the goalkeeper. We certainly shouldn't really be committing to having more players from that team. I have Colton Morris, who I think I'm using in Cap 220, because I can't quite squeeze him in into the Premier League Winter Special. I think what we might do is we might play Nicolas Ibanez because he was rested for the midweek game. But if we don't play Ibanez here, I don't think we're going to be playing him anywhere else. And he's in good form, actually. So probably we play Nicolas Ibanez here. There should be some goals in this one. There we go. Let Ibanez at 80%. So why don't we do Ibanez up front, right? And then we do actually have Fernando Gorian. We've also got Matteo Maric, but that's a little bit of a horrible game for him. We have Jesus Garza as well. Garza's probably, yeah, Garza's there. We could probably do a Garza Gorian stack here if we wanted to. We've got Ailman too. Yeah, I think that's maybe what I want to do.
Welcome
So
to the real world.
we can do Jesus Garza for 52 here. Then what we could do in the extra slot, hopefully, what we can do is we can play Gorian. Where's he gone? Thank you also to Mabovi for the follow, man. Welcome into the channel. Where's he gone? Yeah, we could put Gorian there. And then we've got a 48 to then play who? Ahmed Oguz potentially. But then we are kind of taking a little bit of a risk playing him in rare when we're not entirely sure he's going to play anyway. Got Robin Knock we could play if we wanted to. Yeah, I don't want to play two forwards in Threshold though. You're right. He doesn't have that difficult a game, but you don't want to play two forwards really in Threshold. Almost two midfielders is fine. Two defenders is fine. Two forwards is not often the best way to do it. Ivan Audette has a horrible game. Marquez, I don't think so. This is a difficult game for Robin Knock at home. We could do Ahmed Oguz, couldn't we? I really want to almost do Cosio again, though. Or look, we've got Leonardo Morales. We have like a Leonardo Morales limited, but we just can't afford him. So maybe what we would do actually is we could... Got Marvin Martins as well. Marvin Martins, honestly, Marvin Martins at 56. If we don't play Marvin Martins here, and we could probably captain him, we're not going to be able to fit him in anywhere else at all. because then we would have to play Marvin Martins in All-Star with a DMP goalkeeper, and that's just a complete waste, isn't it? So I think we need to amend this team a little bit. Everyone's jumping on Play Sharper, so it's a little bit... yeah, look, Marvin Martins, I think we do want to play, and I think we want to captain him. So why don't we put Marvin Martins in here? Right, then we need to find 8, don't we? So that would give us 38 if we kept Jesus Garza there. Who's kind of a good 38? Okay, Cade we've got. Cade is probably not going to start. He probably should because he done very well in the last game. But that was because they were going up against a team that were almost like an amateur team. So they could afford to put out Cade. Ryan Gilles we could play. He's playing at home against Swansea, but he's a player that doesn't really offer much AA. Jasic at the moment we're playing in Cap 220, but I don't think we will play him in 220. The alternative is that we take Garza out, we put Gorian in. That's probably what we need to do. Where we put Gorian in, who's a little bit cheaper than Garza at 46, right? Well, technically we don't even need to play Gorian, do we? Maybe we're looking at that wrong too. Who's just the best midfielder that we think for this weekend? Let's at least look at that first of all. I mean, Elman's great. Yeah, I mean, look, we could play Mateo Maric, but 54 is already quite high when we're playing a 51 forward and a 56 defender. And he's also got a little bit of a tricky game. Garza at 52, we can't quite make it work because then we have 38. So I think we do need to play Fernando Gorian here. Because then what we've got is we've then got 44 for the extra. And then that hopefully gives us a better option. Who do we have around 44? Okay, so we've got then George Cox. We've got Stefan Skerbo. Jose Estrada's really good here. He's really good. Okay. So what we could actually do is we could take Jose Estrada out of Cap 220, put him in here, put the captaincy on Marvin Martins, and then I think that this team is good. Fruk is very doubtful, and Jankovic should start. FTS Rijeka, lineup's changed on Play Sharper. Fruk is looking like he's out. Oh my God. Wow. Okay, so things have turned. Okay, we'll look at that. Thank you for letting me know, guys. We'll go back to the under 23 team and we'll look at what we can do for it. We might actually just need to do a switch then. We take Fruk out and then we put Jankovic in. For now, I think this is our threshold team to try and hit a monster score so we can win the $5. So confirm that. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Yeah, I mean, Efik and Carrick is good, but this is a really horrible game. There, confirm that. Done. Okay, so now we have a limited Cap 240 team for Threshold, which I think is much better than us just having an Alanya Spore stack, which is a horrible game to target. At least now we've only got one player from there, which we have no choice but to pick because we do not have another goalkeeper. He's probably going to score horrible. He's probably going to score like 0 or 5. But that's why we're also captaining Marvin Martins, because Marvin Martins can hit a score of like 100. So we're almost just trying to captain a heavy hitter, knowing that Tasgran's probably going to score like nothing. And then we've got a nice mix of other players here who can do really well in the fixtures that they've got. Right. Let me quickly do the Cap 220, because the Cap 220 is my next priority team. And then in like 20 minutes or something, we'll then do the under 23 again. Right. We have Allison at home against Burnley. We've also got Penna at home against Granada. Now, I haven't checked that to see whether Penna is still going to be starting or whether Ter Stegen's back now. I haven't checked that myself. I'd like to know. Yeah, so Ter Stegen's back now. Okay, good. So Penna wouldn't have been good here. We're probably going to go with Allison, but I want to double check it. Yeah, Allison's really good here because he's got 47 in his cost. We have 6.5% built up on him, and it's against Burnley at home. I mean, honestly, Liverpool should really be keeping a clean sheet there against Burnley. So Allison remains in there. Let's take these guys out so we kind of have a bit of a fresh slate. The Luton-Sheffield game is so good that I'm actually thinking that we could probably get away with playing the other Luton Town players that we are not playing in our Premier League winter special or our Premier League in-season special. So what I'm thinking is that we could probably do like Amari Bell, for example. Let's bring up Jordan's projection of the Luton Town team as well. Like Amari Bell is the starter. So I'm expecting Amari Bell to be in the lineup here. So there we go, Amari Bell. In our Premier League in-season special, we have Kaminsky, Oso, Doughty, Ogben, and then Adebayo. And so what I'm thinking is that we would play Carlton Morris in Cap 220 with an L15 of 40. We would also play Amari Bell in Cap 220 with an L15 of 40. And then we would then... Who else would we be missing then? Let's put Bell in there. We don't have Lagonga. So we could play Lagonga in here for 55. We don't have Lagonga in the Prem Winter Special, or the Prem, I keep saying Winter Special, the Prem in-season special. Do we need to change that? Do we need to change it so that we have Lagonga in the Prem in-season? So we basically play, let's bring up the in-season as well, because you guys haven't seen it yet. This is the in-season. So instead of having two forwards like Adebayo and Ogben, we could have two midfielders instead. But we usually play this team, and Adebayo's been pretty good recently. But of course, the big problem here is that Adebayo, most of the time, won't hit like an 88. Or he won't even really hit a score, look, of 70, 80. Whereas Lagonga can hit a score of 70, 80 because his AA is going to be better, which makes me think that we need to put Lagonga in. Updating the lineup now. Press conference just finished. Okay, Jordan. Nice one, man. Because almost running two forwards here is almost not optimum. So I think that I'm going to take out Adebayo. I think I'm going to put Lagonga in. And then I'll probably play Adebayo in Cap 220. Because I prefer to play two forwards in Cap 220 than playing two forwards in a competition like this where the prize pool is so good that you need players that have a really good AA. And with Adebayo, he's been great. He's been in good form, but he would need to get 2 or 3 goals to give us a score of 80, 90. Lagonga doesn't need to do that. He can give us a score of 80, 90 if he gets a decisive and he has good AA, or he could just hit a really great score of 70, 80 without a decisive because he's a defensive midfielder that potentially could run his socks off, make loads of tackles, make loads of interceptions, try and attempt to make lots of assists as well. So Lagonga we put in there. We leave the captaincy on Doughty because I feel like if we now try and change it by being too smart, Doughty could then hit a good score. He's been poor recently, but the fact is that Doughty's on the free kicks and the corners as well. So he's always got a good chance to decisive for us. And then Ogben we keep in here because Ogben is a forward that regularly hits into the 70 points and above because his AA is so very, very good. He's making a lot of runs. He's taking on people, lots of contests won, lots of duels won. He's not just a passive forward that doesn't get involved in link-up play, that then just like takes a shot and scores a goal when they have that one opportunity. Ogben does a lot. He works hard. So I think that this is what we're going to do. We're going to confirm that team there for the Prem in-season limited. And then what we're going to do, we're going to come back here. We're going to put 2 forwards. So we're going to do... Oh, but we have Augustine Biaki. Damn, okay. But to be fair, we've also got Augustine Biaki in our in our All-Star rare. So maybe we don't need to play him twice, right? What we could do is we could play Adebayo and Colton Morris in here. Oh, fuck off, man. The game is doing that really annoying thing again where it kind of resets my team a little bit. So look, it's reset it by putting Lagonga in there. Let's try it again. So where's he gone? I mean, technically, I don't think we need to play Amari Bell, but he's got a huge amount of bonus on him as well at 14%. So if he does do really good, that bonus is going to be massive in Cap 220. I think that we do actually have other defenders that could, like Cosio, for example, could do really well here. Leonardo Morales, for example, even though, again, it's an away game for him. But if we done, let's try it. If we done, where's he gone? If we done Amari Bell, and then we done Colton Morris, where's he gone? Colton Morris, and then Adebayo. Like that. Then we would have 47 to spend on a midfielder, and that would technically allow us to play who? Oh, dear. Technically, we could play Ryan Gilles in here. Let's have a look. Yeah, okay, so likely that Burke plays as well. Thank you, Jordan, man. Let's have a look at Jordan's updated prediction for the lineup here. So it was just updated. So Reece Burke at 60%. We've got Clark. Clark's been starting recently, which is really good because he's got a really low L15. The problem that we've got here is that our Luton midfielders really comprise of Mpanzu, of course, Luke Berry, Jordan Clark. So this is where we can play Jordan Clark if we want to. Just not been doing that good recently, Jordan Clark. it feels a bit wrong, given that we're largely committing to Luton in this Cap 220. It seems like a little bit silly then not to fully commit, doesn't it? We've already got 3 players from Luton in here. There's nothing we can do about the goalkeeper, although technically we could. Technically, if we wanted to, we could switch out somebody and then bring in a common of Kaminsky. I feel like maybe we should do that. I mean, there's nothing wrong with Allison, but if we're going to commit so many Luton players in Cap 220, and we're basically going to play everyone in Luton, apart from then the goalkeeper, we might as well just commit to getting a Kaminsky common, though. Do I want to do that? I don't know if I do want to do that. Because I feel like this is probably quite guaranteed for a clean sheet. Probably jinxed it. But you know what I mean? Like Luton against Burnley, not Luton, Liverpool against Burnley, just on paper, should really be a clean sheet for Liverpool. Whereas the Luton one could potentially be a clean sheet. Let's spread the risk a little bit. I could swap in a Kaminsky, but I think it makes more sense if we spread the risk rather than fully stacking here. I think. I hope. Let's have a quick look. Okay, game week 449, pick scores. If we go into the Premier League amateur, and then we look at the goalkeeper here, it is going to tell us that, look, Allison has the AAA rating, huge win percentage, huge percentage for a clean sheet. Would almost be mad to switch him out. Because even though Kaminsky has a good chance for a clean sheet, it's nowhere near the same level as Liverpool. And the win percentage is not as high. So we've already got him. I think that's kind of what I wanted to see. If it works out well for Luton, then we should do very well in here. If, for example, Kaminsky has a shocker, then it's going to hurt us in here, but it's not going to hurt us in Cap 220. So let's leave Allison in. But then I think what we do is we then probably do play, because we've only now got 47 to play as the midfielder. We don't really have, we've got Benedict Gimbar, who I don't think I want to play away to Werder Bremen. Got Gorian, got all these other guys here that we could play. But if we're already going to commit to 3 outfielders for Luton, we should probably commit to another one. So then in this case, I think we would do Jordan Clark here. And then who do we captain? I kind of want to captain Colton Morris, if I'm honest with you. Amari Bell's not been scoring that great. Like if we look at Amari Bell, even though I'm going to be playing him, I just don't know whether I trust him to give us a score of like 70, 80. Because he's just really been struggling to hit that. He did do it. He hasn't actually done it really this season, has he? His scoring's been very underwhelming. I mean, I think if we weren't committing to so many Luton Town, I mean, I guess we could take him out for Reece Burke as well, couldn't we, though, no? Yeah, like Morris is on the penalties too. What we could do is we could take out Amari Bell. We could then play Reece Burke, because Reece Burke is actually a much better scorer. Like when he starts and plays, he can hit like really good scores. Where's he gone? So like here, Reece Burke at 35. Jordan's just updated it as well to say that Reece Burke is at 60%. Mengi's at 40%. With Bell, we kind of, with Bell, we are expecting him to start. Reece Burke is a little bit more touch and go. But the flip side of it is that if we do manage to correctly predict that Reece Burke is going to start, Reesburg does have the potential to hit a really good score. Well, a good score for 220 anyway. Oh, we have to target a starter. Yeah, let's do this here. This is our team for Cap 220. There we go. So Allison, Amari Bell, Jordan Clark, Colton Morris is the captain, and then Adebayo up front with Colton Morris. That's what we're doing. What do you reckon, guys? Is that a reward? Is that a reward in Cap 220? I don't know if it is. It depends on if Luton can smash it, right? If Luton if Luton win and they win very well, maybe they even keep a clean sheet, then I think we'd be well on our way to hitting a brilliant reward in here. If it doesn't go Luton's way in this fixture, then this is dead in the water, isn't it? But I think we're targeting fixtures and teams that can do well at home. But we also need the likes of Jordan Clark and Amari Bell to kind of like really step up and deliver way better scoring than what they've been delivering. So I kind of like it because I've not really been able to run like the Luton team in 220 very often because I was often just running them in the Prem Winter Special, right? So this is almost the first time we're running a largely Luton Town stack in it. And they're very suited to the Cap 220 because their L15s are usually so low. And we've just been also waiting for the right fixture. This is technically the right fixture. So this could do great. This could also be very disappointing. Twitch Gaming says it's a podium. I hope so. It'd be so lovely. Because look, to get a star or a tier 1 in here, even though I'm not really looking to play limited as hard, if we win these, then these would be great for the new formats, right? Like stars and tier 1s would be incredible. Okay, that's that team there. Then what we need to do, we don't have any more starting goalkeepers, so the rest of our limited teams are essentially going to be throwaway. We've already just fixed or tweaked our Premier League in season. So this is what this is going to be now. We could put more out, but to be honest with you, and we probably will, can we? We can probably put one extra out, but it's going to be a bit wasted, isn't it? Look, Kroll, Reesburg, for example. Then we could do, I don't know, Pelly in there. This is going to be a complete throwaway. Paulie Woodrow. And then Issa Kabor, maybe he gets a bit of a run out now that he's back from AFCON. And then, yeah, we can captain Burke just in case he starts there. Thanks for that, Noisy Steve. Yeah. Yeah, Jordan's told us as well because he's the expert for Play Sharper. And then I don't think we can put out anything for a third entry. Kroll comes on in 90 minutes and saves a penalty. That'd be lovely, wouldn't it? If we try to do a third team, I don't think we can do it. Because we don't have any more forwards anymore. So, yeah, two's good enough. What's this here? Okay. Right. So, Cap 220, next priority team would be All-Star. So, again, okay, so they're doing this thing again, where it shows me the game recognizes that I don't have a starting forward. And so it's then telling me to buy these popular goalkeepers now, which is probably quite kind of a good thing if you're new to the game and you're in this position and you really don't know who to get. It looks like they've recommended some goalkeepers here, which are in good form as well. The L5s are pretty good. So yeah, good function technically. There's a legend, Ali Varul. But yeah, I'm going to be a bit annoyed. How can we close this down? Okay, we have to do it like this, don't we? There we go. We're going to just throw in a DMP goalkeeper in here. It doesn't really matter. Let's just do Yildirim though. In fact, we do Yildirim. And then we just have to put some big heavy hitters in here who can hopefully maybe get us to tier 5, but probably not. So this is just going to be like a Sorare coin farming team. So we just try to maximize the total amount of points we can get. And then whatever we do get will hopefully deliver us a nice amount of Sorare coins. So we're going to do Morales in here for the midfield. We have to, guys, remind me, we have to do it in a minute. We have to go to the under-23 team again. Let's put Maric in there. Up front, we could now put Biaki in there. We'll probably captain him. And then as the extra, we're not playing Jesus Garza at the moment. We've got Pappy, who's got a relatively good game. We've also got Cosio. We like Cosio. So let's also captain Biaki there. There we go. That's kind of a good farming team for Sorare coins there. We need to do another one in Cap 270. Here we go. So again, we're going to put a DMP goalkeeper in here. Doesn't really matter, I think, but let's just put Mosa in there for now. And then we need to again put some heavy hitters in. So we could put Pappy in here, for example. Yeah, let's put Pappy in here. And then as the midfield, Yankovic, we're going to maybe need to put into under 23. Elman can go in here. Then we've got anti-airsig that we're not using anywhere, which we probably need to. So airsig can go in there. And then we could probably put as well, because it's a throwaway team, I don't mind putting 2 forwards up front. So what we could probably do is we could put Santelli up there. Let's do it. And then we captain Pappy, right? Oh, damn. Just spilt my drink. That's a bit annoying. Water everywhere. Right, can we do a challenger? I don't think we can do a punty challenger. Probably we can, actually. Can we? We might as well. It looks like we can put something out. Again, this is just a chance for us to maybe scrape some Sorare coins here. Quote me on this, Santelli will score according to Twisted Fortune. I will quote you on it then, man. Okay, so there's a little pop-up down here. Yeah. Okay, so it's always at the bottom now. Interesting. Right, Ahmed Agoos can come in there. Then we could probably play somebody like Karakar. And then we don't really have any good options here anymore, but we could probably do Cosmas is still injured, no? If he's not, then we'll play Cosmas for sure, but I thought he was still injured. Let's have a little look. Oh, he's back, is he? Oh, perfect. He can go in then. Cosmas can go in. We'll captain him. There we go. Confirm. Okay. Right. Champion Europe, we don't have enough to put out for Champion Europe at all. We might have been able to, the game's telling us we don't. We might have been able to put out enough and then just been short on a goalkeeper. Yeah, look. That's actually going to get a little bit annoying. I'm not going to lie. I want to turn that off. I don't want to see that coming up anymore. They'll never give us the option to turn it off because it's a great way for them to sell cards, right? It's like a point of sale. But yeah, we can't do a Champion Europe, really. So let's not do that. Let's delete that. Let's also delete the Premier League Specialist, I think. Because, oh, hold on a minute. We technically don't need to do delete the Premier League Specialist. We could do the Premier League Specialist. What I do need to do, okay, I need to do it now, is I've got all this water that I've just spilled, like running over the desk and onto the keyboard and whatnot. So Just give me 5 minutes. I need to just quickly mop this up um, before I start to just be covered in water. So give me 2 minutes, guys. Just gonna go on a little break here for 2 3 minutes whilst I can clean this mess up from my spilt drink. Okay, back in a second. Okay, guys, we're back again. We are back again. I've managed to stop all the crazy flooding because I spilt my drink. It's all been mopped up. So yeah, we're dry again. There's no fish. There's no fish on my desk. Right. We've got 25 minutes until the new deadline, or until the new game week, sorry. 25 minutes left until deadline. So guys, get a move on. If you haven't got your teams in yet, what we need to do, and technically we can do it, right? I think it could be a little bit wasted, but we might as well put a team out for this if we can. Do we have defenders that we can play here? What we'll do is we'll put Haaland up front. Super overkill. We'll put Haaland up front, and then we'll just kind of fill the rest of the slots with Luton Town players, the collection that we've got. Oh my God, look at this. It's barely worth it, isn't it? Because we're really putting out players that are complete DMPs now. Oh well, we'll do it anyway. They can get some additional XP, right? So what we could do here is we could put Chong somewhere. And then here we can put... Don't think this is really going to give us even Sorare coins, if I'm honest with you. There we go. Let's do that. What a terrible team. Let's put Chong as the captain, because we can't captain Haaland. Done. Eh? That's not the team. All right. See if it will refresh and do it properly. Okay, that's the team. Cool. Okay, and then our champion Europe needs to be deleted. Champion America, we can't do anything in Champion America because we don't have a limited goalie that we're not using. We have Zusuk, but we're using him in Cap 220. And then I think that's pretty much it for the limited teams that we can do, right? Like, we don't have a limited Bundesliga forward, no. So now what we need to do, I think, is we need to go back to under 23 for sure. And we're going to do that in a minute. Let me just put my academy teams together. This also looks like it's a little bit semi-broken. I mean, again, technically, this is probably not worth us even putting in anybody. It isn't actually. We might as well delete that. Yeah, thank you for reminding me about the under 23. We definitely need to do that. Let's do the academy teams first of all. Let's just double check that we've got the players in here that we want for the double XP. Mainly the rare players actually here. Oh, hold on, what's going on? Okay, so someone like Montero, I want to start developing now. Okay, let's go back down. Academy team number 2. Okay, we don't have a goalkeeper here, but we've got Dominguez, who's not being used at all. There we go. Dominguez can go in there. Then we've got academy team number 3. Yeah, which has some players in here. We've probably got a few rares in here that we would need to play instead of... Not play, but line up, right? Or no? Luka Hughes was fine. Russell Tiber... That's actually fine, although I think I want Marco John to be getting developed here. That's okay. And then Russell Tiber could be a good one to... Who's that? Okay, Kemar Lawrence, should I say. Let's throw Russell Tiber in here. As the midfielder. And unfortunately, we don't have another rare forward we can keep developing, so that's fine for now. Oh, hold on a minute. Yeah, I think that is fine, actually. I was wondering whether we were not selecting a limited goalkeeper, but we just simply don't have enough of them anymore. And then, look, we've got Cade Cowell can go in. I don't mind that at all. Yeah, that's cool. Confirm. All right, guys, our teams are done, apart from the under 23. Let's go back to the under 23 limited because you guys are telling me that it now looks like Tony Frook is out injured. So why don't we go back to here? Croatia. Let's have a little look at Rijeka, because apparently the expert has updated it, and he did about an hour ago. He's updated it so that now Yankovic is at 33%. Frook is only at 25%. So this isn't great. But I think maybe I'm wrong here. So let me know if you don't want me to do this, right? For the community under 23 team. But what I'm thinking we need to do here is we need to take Frook out, we need to put Yankovic in. Just switch the two, right? For Frook's sake. So true. I mean, is that the switch that you guys want me to do? We take Frook out because he was at 75, 80% or whatever. I think he was actually at 95%. Apparently, he's not even going to start anymore. And then we just have to take the gamble that Yankovic is going to start. Frook is very doubtful. Yankovic should start and Hosda instead of Frook. Okay, there we go. Thank you for that, Rude. We're going to do it. We're going to put Yankovic in there now, and then Frook is going to be out. There's flu in the Liverpool squad. Get out of here. There's flu in the Liverpool squad. That worries me. That worries me enough. Thank you, by the way, Wistomania. That worries me enough that I'm thinking about switching Allison out of our Capture 20 and putting Kaminsky in. In fact, I think I will do that. Now, it's not like I'm saying that Allison's affected, but if you've got flu in the squad, then those symptoms can obviously they can be delayed, right? So some people might already be affected by it, and then Allison could be fine, but then tomorrow, for example, he might start to get the effects of the flu. So okay. If we go, maybe we do need to go all in anyway on our Luton team. Let's do it. Let's do it. We're going all in on Luton. This is either going to not work out or it's going to look like a master stroke of a decision. We're going to swap in Kaminsky. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of. Can we get rid of Kelleher? And then Kaminsky. How much is Kaminsky? He's about 40 or so, isn't he? Yeah, Kaminsky is exactly 40. Look at that. Perfect. Let's do that. That needed to happen anyway. That was overdue. And then we could go into Cap 220 here. And now what we could do if we wanted to is we could then play Kaminsky so that then we're playing 2 full stacks of Luton. Like any talk about flu just makes me very paranoid. Let's do it. Yeah. Yeah. We're doing it. Like, I guess as soon as I made the swap there, I was kind of committing to doing it, wasn't I? So it's done. We're now running 2 Luton stacks. And to be honest with you, this is probably the weekend to do it. Home game against Sheffield United. Sheffield United are the worst team in the division by far. Luton are at home. It's really difficult for away teams to play Luton at home. Or away from home, should I say. And Luton at the moment as well, kind of on the up because their performances have been very good. They're growing in confidence. So, yeah, also the flu, any mention of a flu in a squad just means that We could have kept Allison in there, but then, as I say, what happens tomorrow if Allison starts to come down with symptoms of the flu? We've then screwed ourselves, and we didn't need to do it because we could have just committed to one team. So that's what we're doing now. Yeah, we've thrown Kaminsky in. Let's just commit fully to 2 Luton Town stacks, one in Cap 220, the other in the Premier League in-season special, so we can try and win big with Luton Town. And then we've also just fixed our under-23 team. Let's just double check that we did do that. I think we did. Yeah, so we've now fixed our under-23 team, whereas technically it probably is still a bit broken, but apparently Yankovic is going to start now and Fruk is not. Okay. Are we happy with that? There's 14 minutes to go until the deadline, so I just want to double check everything. Yeah, I'm happy with that. This is a throwaway team, so I'm not really too bothered about this one. Okay. All-Star is a punty team, a punty throwaway. I wanted to captain Biaki in rare, but I also don't feel super confident to do it in rare. But because this is a throwaway team, I've got nothing to lose, so I might as well take a bigger risk on Biaki in here, which is what we're going to do. And I actually quite like this as well. And then our Cap 220, as we just showed you, is the Luton B team, if you want to call it that. So a full Luton Town stack in Cap 220, which is really nice, actually. Got the potential to win big if Luton can do great. So all eyes for me will be on Luton tomorrow at 3 p.m. Then Cap 240. I think this is a good team, but the big problem here is that we have Tascaran, who's got an away game against Fenerbahce. So he's going to concede 3 goals or more. And so we're going to need a big performance from Marvin Martins to counteract the really bad scoring we're going to get from Tascaran. So we almost need 100 from Marvin Martins because Tascaran's probably going to score 0. And then we've got 2 guys of Gorian and Ibanez from Tigres, which I think is good. And then Estrada with a home game for his new club, Cinciano. He's a heavy hitter that can do really well at home. So this actually has quite a good chance to hit 280, but it depends on what Marvin Martins, our captain, does here. Because we know that Tascaran's going to score poor. Okay, I like that. That's okay. And then our Cap 270 is a throwaway team, just to try and scrape as many Sorare coins as we can. And I think Pappy's a good captaincy pick here. They're going up against a team that I think they're bottom. If they're not bottom, then they're close to bottom. And it should be quite a good one for defenders in this game. And then we have a Challenger Europe, which is a complete throwaway team. We're not expecting with a DMP goalkeeper for this to get a reward, but we'll give it a good go by captaining another big heavy hitter of Cosmas here. And then everybody else is just going to chip in with whatever they can do. The Premier League Specialist is a complete throwaway team. So again, a lot of players are not going to be playing here. We're just going to try and farm as much Sorare coins as we can from this lineup. Then our under 23 is the team which is playing for you guys, the community. So we hope that this team can hit a reward that we can give out to the community. We've now made the change where Yankovic is in. We're running 2 forwards, and I think we have a good chance to win something here. So fingers crossed for this team. You guys voted for Corridor as the captain as well. And then in rare, our all-star rare, which is our second priority team, is this one here, where we have 2 stacks of Konyaspor and Rijeka. And again, here's Biaki, but we don't trust enough that he could hit a monster score here. So we're going to give it to Salahi instead. And as I say, we're going to captain Biaki in the limited in a throwaway team. I think this is a really good team, by the way, the all-star rare. And then we have our main priority team is the Threshold. This is our main Main priority team for Threshold. Kofi, Morales is the captain, Kadri, Advanced, Heisa. We have all starters here, and I think that we have a good chance to hit the threshold. I think if we do, we're only just about going to be able to get over the line for 280. And we want to really try and win as much of the $50 as we can before it's removed next week. And then our other rare teams are in All-Star Rare Plus, which is a bit of a punty throwaway team. Again, a team we're trying to farm as many rare coins as we can. If we get lucky, we might hit reward. Our third priority team this week in rare is Cap 220 Rare. I actually quite like this team. I think this team has a good chance to hit a reward in it as well. So I don't have an issue with this team. I think we've put a good team together there. And then Cap 270 Rare is a complete throwaway team. Just trying to farm as many rare coins as we can, if we can. And then aside from that, those are all the teams. We've done our academy team. So that's it, guys. We've done our lineups, which is great, with 8 minutes left to spare. How's everybody doing in the chat? Anyone want a custom series Bigelow? No, I'm okay. I used to have one, but I'm good, man. I gave it away. How's everybody feeling about the weekend? And what's everyone trying to win the most this weekend? That's a good question. That is the question. Since the update, what is everybody trying to win now before the changes come into the game in a few months' time? Lionel says 240 rare. Yeah, defo. Just bought a Cap 240 and Premier League special rare team. Wow. Premier League special rare team is going to serve you very well. Still deciding whether the Cap 240 threshold or the Prem rare in season is the best for my boys this weekend. We haven't really talked about it enough, actually. But the Premier League in season is offering amazing cash rewards, really, just like the Premier League Winter Special was. So in the rare, if you finish in the top 125, you win $40. If you finish, look at this here. If you finish in first place, you win $2,500. I mean, that is insane, isn't it? That is so good. Like, the prospect of winning big in these competitions are what make them so attractive. Yeah, it is essentially the same competition, apart from there's no cap apparently anymore, because there was a Cap 270 in the Premier League Winter Special. They've got rid of the cap now, so there's no longer a cap requirement, which then means that obviously you can have full teams of Man City and Liverpool dominating in here. Yeah, it is quite low, yeah. I think if you entered rare, you've got a very good chance. You've got an incredible chance to win because the reward ratio, tripping up over my words again. The reward ratio in here is very good. There's 125 places that it's paying out. There's only 709. It's fantastic. In the limited, there are 600 places which are being paid out. And at the moment, there are 3,498 participants. Keep in mind that this is also multi-entry as well. I hope that we can win something in this one here, because with this team that we've got, if Luton do very good, then we might have a chance of winning the threshold, like double threshold, essentially. So we could win threshold in rare of like $50, and then we could maybe win like $40 or $55 in this one if it does really well. And that'll be a fantastic return for the players that I've got. We haven't looked at the moment. We will look in 5 minutes. We'll start the lineup build for the next midweek, but I haven't taken a glance at what what players I have available for the midweek. So game week 450, I haven't even looked to see who we've got. So I'm going to be quite keen when the game week opens in a few minutes to see what we're working with. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with the teams that we built, and I feel fairly confident. But the main thing for me, and you guys know it, is the main thing is we want to try and win the $50 because obviously this is going. I've made this my main priority for the last well, essentially since I've been in Sorare, this has always been my main priority. But as the rewards, as the card values have been going further down and further down over the last year and a half, this has been almost the only priority threshold. And now that it's leaving in 6 months' time, and it's changing in a week's time quite significantly, where I will not be able to win $50 every week. Like we'll be able to win probably $15, the low end, pretty much every week. This is obviously this has to be for most people, if not everyone, the main focus to try and squeeze out as much of the $50 wins as you can before it then changes next week. And also just in limited, if you're playing limited, in any of the 240, doesn't matter the scarcity, just trying to win the threshold in its current form before it is massively reduced is the plan. So in a couple of minutes time, we're going to start lineup building for game week 450, which is the midweek. We'll also do some free tip scout fund coupons. So I'll open some things up, which means that we can probably do some giveaways and stuff as well. We're also going to be heading over to Pooky as well. So as part of the second half of the stream, we'll jump over here and we'll check what our predictions are for the weekend, just so that we're nice and ready to attack the weekend hard on all fronts. And we'll also have a bit more of a discussion in the second half of the stream, probably a little bit about the update. It's been one of those streams where, because it's deadline day for like the first half, it's just almost like we have to just focus on lineup building. So it's a bit of a power through doing all the lineups, and yeah, it's kind of interesting, I guess, for you guys to watch it. But in the second half, we have a bit more of a time to just chat and also do things together. So let's take another quick break here for a couple of minutes, and then when we come back, the new game week would have started. We can start to then lineup build for game week 450, the midweek, and we can also then start to do all the really cool things that we like to do before the weekend. So back in a few minutes, guys. Don't go anywhere. Stay connected, and I'll see you in 2 minutes' time. Hello again, guys. Welcome back to the channel. And a big welcome if you are just tuning in for the first time today. What have we been up to today? Well, it's always deadline day on Friday because the weekend's football on Sorare, you have to get your lineups in before a set time. That time in the UK is 3 p.m. And so for the first few hours, we've just been finalizing, putting the final touches to the players and the lineups that we wanted to use for the weekend on Sorare so that we can, have a successful weekend and hopefully win lots of really cool rewards in the game. What we're going to do for the next bit is we are going to, first of all, with the new game week open. So the new game week now is game week 450, sorry, that we can start lineup building for. What we're going to do initially is we're going to see what players we've already got. And then we can work out very early on where our gaps are, and then we can look to address those over the weekend if we feel like it's necessary. So, Cap 240 is the main competition that we want to try and compete in. Let's take all these guys out. Can we put a team out for Cap 240? Probably not. No. We could probably do one. Oh, we could do a team in Cap 220 rare if we have a limited goalkeeper, because we have a midfielder, a defender, a forward, and another forward that have games. We've got 4 outfielders, but we don't have a goalkeeper that has a game. No. So we could do Cap 220, or we could just try and hit the $50 with the 4 outfielders. And to be honest with you, I'm a little bit tempted to try and just do 4 outfielders in a DMP because of the fact that we know that the threshold is changing next week. This is our last chance to try and hit $50, even if it means with a DMP goalkeeper. So for now, what we'll do is we'll do Grilak there, Maxi, who's probably not going to play, but we'll do it anyway. And then Laurent there, and then we're going to throw a DMP goalkeeper in here, somebody like Hervey Kofi, for example. And then the captain is going to be on Morales there. Confirm. So now we can give ourselves a chance in the midweek of trying to hit the $50. It's very unlikely that we'll be able to do it, but we need to try that, right? There's no harm in trying. We don't lose anything for trying. And we've only got a limited amount of time now to be trying to win $50 here from hitting 280 points. So let's do that for now. And then can we put a team out for Cap 240 limited as well? Probably we can. But again, I think it comes down to, do we have a limited goalkeeper or not? And I think that's, yeah, we don't. So again, we could probably put out a team of 4 to try and hit the, yeah, look. So what we're likely going to do here is we're likely going to play the same team that we played from the last midweek. So like the game week that just finished, okay? It was actually this team that we played in the midweek, and we got 15th. So what we will probably do is we'll look to play most of these again, I reckon, but maybe just a different goalkeeper. And then whoever we've got left over, we can play in Cap 240. So let's do Cap 220 first of all. Cap 220, who is our starting goalkeeper? Okay, Mike Magnan, Ramiro. So this is the Champions League and the European games, isn't it? Okay. We've got Neuer. I think for now, we will put in Mike Magnan with a home game against Stade Rennais. But we might actually need to bring in, once we line up build now, we might actually realize that we need to bring in like a 40 or less than 50 goalkeeper that has a better fixture and a better chance to score higher than them. for now, let's do it like that. And then, wow. So these are the players that we have for the midweek. We absolutely have to play Leonardo Morales here. And then we have Ryan Gilles, Damir Grilak, Gorian, Garza, Ailman. Ailman needs to go in there. And then we've only got 66. Wow. So we could technically play Cade Cowell again, who should get a start. But then look, we've only got 25, which means that we do need to swap in a goalkeeper here, much lower, so that we can then play somebody like Garza, Gorian, Damir Grilak, who did actually start, played the first round of games as well. Okay. Let's have a quick look. And let's assume that we're going to play our highest costing player here, which would be Garza at 52. That would give us 27 in this current format. Okay. The next one below is Ibanez. That would give us 33. And then it drops down to someone like Damir Grilak, who has 33. Then would give us 46 for a goalkeeper. Okay. Let's go into, where is it? It's the games here. Man City away to, okay, but the Man City goalkeeper is going to be too high. Bayern, PSG, the goalkeeper is going to be too high. Real Betis, we could potentially get away with here, I think. With the goalkeeper. Because Rui Silva has an L15 of 45. To be honest with you, though, even though they have a home game, this is still not technically that easy. Dynamo Zagreb. That's probably not great. Let's have a little look here. Guys, what do you think happened? What do you think happened that goalkeeper prices randomly dropped before the update? Panic, maybe? Panic? By the way, you saw the recent Rivals matchmaking update. It's so stupid. They're changing things they don't need to change, while others are still not fixed. I did see it, yeah. Sometimes it does. I mean, you guys know what I'm going to say. Sometimes it feels like we're banging our head against a brick wall with Sorare. The big thing that needs to be changed in the matchmaking is that if you don't have any pro cards, you don't want to be really matched up against pro cards, right? And then if you do use a pro card, you almost don't want to then be going up against like teams that have crazy amounts of pro cards, right? So if you use one limited, you don't technically want to go up against someone that's like full super rare, because then it just puts you off using the pro cards. And They've done the matchmaking, but they haven't fixed it the way that it needs to be. So yeah, frustrating. Frustrating, but not surprising, unfortunately. Let's have a little look here. L15, we realistically need to have a goalkeeper for the next game week that has an L15 of less than 50. And then we need to look at game week. Oh, we need to look at game week 450 like that. Let's do that. But it's not even surprising anymore, is it, Twitch Gaming? I think that's the worst thing. I think people can almost expect that these things aren't going to be fixed the way that they should be, or I don't know. I know they've got a lot on their plate as well, but they really do need to try and fix the matchmaking properly. I'm still not using my arena tickets until it is, you know? And not just fixed for the matchmaking, but also fixed just for rewards too. You're probably wondering what I'm doing. I'm trying to look for a goalkeeper that we could switch in as a common for the midweek that has a low L15 and a good game. Wow. Edison actually has an L15 of 43. Holy crap. We might actually need to take a serious look at Edison here for the midweek, because it's rare that he's ever 43. Gaston Gomez is good. Anthony Morris is in here. Takaoka's there, which is a little bit of an avoid. The legend Kevin Trapp is there with an away game to USG, which is kind of horrible for Trapp. No, I won't. Yeah, I won't play him against Real Madrid. No way. No way. I saw that. I saw it here, and I was like, even if you wanted to pick up a Red Bull Leipzig goalkeeper, you don't do it against Real Madrid. Yeah. If anything, I'll be picking up Edison, because an Edison, a Man City Edison at 43, I actually thought Edison was way higher, which is why initially I was just completely ignoring Man City, but I will take a Man City goalkeeper, Edison at 43. Just having a little gander to see if there's any other players that could also be good as an alternative to Edison, but if not, we're going to switch in Edison. Look, now we're kind of at the bottom here where we're looking at goalkeepers that don't really get a look in, like their full backups or their youngsters. That, yeah, look, it's going to be Edison, I think. Yeah, technically I can. You're right. Technically I can. So why don't we? Because we have 46 here. Why don't we do that? So what we're going to do, we're going to switch in Edison if we can. Here we go. So the amateurs are popped up again. Premier League amateur. We're going to swap that. And then we could technically switch out Kaminsky, but the fact that we have a whole Luton Town collection means that I think I want to keep him as a common, just so that there might be a few opportunities before the cap modes are scaled back. There might be a few opportunities where we could do another full Luton Town team. So I need to keep Kaminsky. I don't think I need to keep Allison, especially at 59. Let's take him out. And let's bring in Edison for 43. There we go, 43. Like that, done. Oh, we can't have 3 players, so we actually have, because I haven't looked at my commons in so long. We've got Haaland, we've got Rodri. Let's take Rodri out. Quite like having Haaland. And then what we can do instead is just bring in a different midfielder. So, for example, we could bring in someone like Saka. It doesn't really matter because, like nobody's really using the commons anymore, right? Apart from just one player in Cap 220. So before, there was often, like when we could play this tournament, the commons and the amateurs, like we would spend a lot of time every week thinking who else could we bring in and who can we switch out, and there was a bit of a strategy to it. This is basically a dead tournament now, and they're going to be removing it soon as well. So let's just throw in, just for kicks, let's throw in Fernandez here. Why not? Let's get that done. Oh, what's going on here? Free Tip Scout, you could swap in Skoropski. They have a home game against Fiorentina on Wednesday. I could, but yeah, I've already done Edison now, I think. So I think we've committed to it. Unless Edison gets injured or is not expected to play, I'm pretty sure we're going to be playing Edison in Game Week 4 5-0. So if we do this team again now, we now have Edison. There we go, 43. Then we would play Leonardo Morales here. Then in the midfield, we would probably play Brahim Elman, who has a home game against Defensa. He could do very well in that one. Then we would play Cade Cowell because he scored 100. You can see it here. He scored 100 against the opponent, which he's going up against again in 4-5-0. So who knows? Maybe he could hit another score of 100 against his opponent because they are so weak. So he has to go in really. And then we have 36, which is the interesting one now. So 36 basically lends itself to play Damir Greilac, Ryan Gilles, or Kevin Sandoval. And Damir Greilac is good. He scored in the last game. So we're now looking at this team here with potentially Cade Cowell as the captain again. Or we could do Morales with a home game against Huracan. And we know that when he plays at home, he's a monster to captain. He can deliver like the scores of 100 at home. So almost the tricky thing here is to think, do we expect Cade Cowell to get another mental score against the same opponent? Maybe the opponent will be wiser to Cade Cowell now. Maybe they still can't do anything against him. Or do we think that Leonardo Morales is going to hit a monster score because he can do it at home, and he hasn't had one yet so far this season, so he is due one. For now, we'll put it on Cade. We'll confirm. And so at the moment, this is really good. We don't need to do anything. We don't need to go out and we don't need to buy any players for the midweek. We've got enough to put out a decent team for Cap 220. We're going to win a Tier 2 Limited later on tonight from the month-long. So we might even have a player that actually is playing in the next game week as well that we could use. So this is a pretty good team to begin with. I agree with Twitch Gaming. I think it's all very well changing things, but you've got to change the things that are the priority. And the priority is kind of how the matchmaking at the moment has been just not very good. So fix the thing that people don't like the most, and then fix the then tweak the other things that aren't so much of a priority. All right, that's not a bad team for Cap 220. It's pretty good actually. And then that means for Cap 240, could we put out a team? Yeah, we can. We can put out a bit of a punty team here. So, for example, we could put Zubcic in, who's not actually got a game. So he'd be the DMP goalkeeper. And then what we could do is we could then play. This is a card that was given to me that I need to give away. So for the, in fact, was it given to me today? I think it was, no? By Whistlemania. Yeah, look, Whistlemania sent us the card today. So we'll probably end up giving that card away in a giveaway if we do one today. So I guess for now, let's just put him in. And then Garza can go in here. Then Gorian can go in. And then we can put Ibanez in there like that. That's okay to start with. Great. Cool. So that's how we're looking at the moment. We have other teams that we could do for Game Week 451, but we really don't need to do them. That's for next weekend. And of course, we can only put one team out for Cap 240 Rare with a DMP goalkeeper to hope that we can try and win $50. We might. There's no guarantee here, but I might look at bringing in another rare, but I don't think so. I think even if we brought in somebody else here as an extra, I think even with a 4-man team, this is still going to be tricky for us to hit the threshold. And often I will look to bring in a player if I think that I can get an immediate return. So if I spend £5 or £10 on a player, I'll often do it if I think that then that player is going to help me to then in that next game week hit the $50, right? Because then it essentially pays for the cost of that card. But I think if I spent money to bring somebody in, it wouldn't really bolster this team's chances to hit the threshold. So I will look at it, but I don't think at the moment it's going to be the thing that I actually commit to doing. I might just try my luck with that team there. If it doesn't hit the threshold, it's fine because we don't really expect to do it in the midweek. Yeah, I do need to do that, don't I? For my YouTube, add a command. I will add that. Thank you for reminding me, man. I thought that I had done it, but clearly I haven't, have I? I haven't done it. I think it's the only command that I haven't done. I've done one for for everything else, for Twitter. I've done one for Ultimate Champions, for Sorare, for Sorare. I've done everything apart from YouTube, yeah. So yeah, I'll get on that, man. Sure. All right. What we're going to do really quickly, and then we're going to open up the free Tip Scout Fund coupons. What we're going to do is we've done everything we need to on Sorare for the time being. What we're going to do, we're going to head over to Pooky. If you're not playing this game, then what are you doing? You absolutely should be playing this game, especially with the changes which are now happening to Threshold in Sorare. Like, that's even more of a reason now to be playing Pooky, because you'll be able to earn quite a sizable amount compared to what you can earn from the Threshold on Sorare. There's the link in the chat. Oh, Twitch Gaming's already there. Thank you, man. Thank you. So what we need to do on Pooky is we have 2 leagues that we are playing in this weekend, the German League and the Argentinian League. And the German League's already kicked off, and we predicted 3-3, even though we didn't think it was going to be 3-3. But our strategy on Pooky is that we're trying to not get as many of them 100% correct, right? Which sounds weird. We're deliberately not trying to get every prediction 100% correct. What we're trying to do is we're trying to just see if we can get 1 or 2 predictions 100% correct. Because then if we do that with a mad score like this, we are going to win big. So the strategy is a low percentage of wins, but a high return, okay? Rather than a high percentage of accurate wins and then a lower return. It's the other way around we're doing it. So you can see that all of our predictions are 3-3. We're trying to see if we can correctly or get lucky, if anything, not correctly, but we're seeing if we can get lucky where 1 or 2 fixtures this week in the Bundesliga are a high-scoring draw like a 2-2 or a 3-3 or a 4-4, and especially a 3-3, because that's the exact score that we're predicting for every single game. If they end up being 1-1, as you can see here, we're still going to get a healthy amount of points because we have correctly predicted that this was going to be a draw. And of course, 1-1 is a draw. We have a German pooky ball as well, which really helps us because when we don't get it 100% correct, we are still getting a boost to our scoring from the German ball. And the German ball that we have here, this is the one that you can see, German League, and the team that we have is Mainz. We get an additional 10% bonus to our scoring when we predict with this ball in the German League. Now, what we're going to do, and what we have been doing, and this is a good habit to get into if you're playing pooky, is that when you put a prediction down, let's say that you put a prediction down today, and you put a prediction down today for the Stuttgart versus Mainz game, right? The odds are always changing, and the amount of points that you can win is related to the odds for a game. So if the odds are always changing, then you will find that you will put a prediction down on pooky at the odds at that time. But then if you look at that game again the next day or the day after that, you will either, it will show you what the number of points you could get if you were to update your prediction because the odds have moved, okay? And so what we do, and what you guys should do as well, is that you should look at your predictions on pooky. If you've got excess energy left over, a good thing to do is to spend the excess energy to update the prediction and squeeze even more points out of your game week on pooky. So let's make it really easy for you to understand, okay? I've already predicted Dortmund versus Freiburg 3-3. We've had this prediction in for like a week, okay? If I click in it, it tells me that currently I am getting 456.8 base points for this prediction. So it means that if this ends up being 3-3, then this is the basic points that I would get without taking into account the bonuses from my pooky ball, okay? And then with the bonuses from my pooky ball, it would boost it up to 728.3. But what you can see is that there's a green arrow here for both of them, and it says updated. And it's updating what the number of points I would get based on this score that I have predicted. So the odds have shifted. So rather than me getting 728.3, if I was to update my prediction now, I'll be able to get nearly an additional 40 points there. That's huge. That's massive, because if we don't update it and it ends up being 3-3, we're going to get 728, which is great. But we've then left 40 points on the table, which we could have got additionally if we had updated our prediction. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be running through our predictions now. And wherever we see a green arrow, and a green arrow where there's a big difference between our current and the updated, we are going to update our prediction. When there's a red arrow, which means that we would get less points if we updated to it, we're not going to do it at all. That just means that when we predicted our score, we got a high amount of points then, but if we were to predict it today, we would get even lower than when we predicted the first time. So red arrow, you just want to avoid. Green arrow, you want to seriously think about updating your prediction to get the bigger amount of points, okay? So Dortmund Freiburg, we're going to update here. Okay. And then Gladbach Darmstadt has not changed at all. So it's exactly the same. We don't need to do anything there. Bremen and Heidenheim has not changed either. So we can leave that one. This has gone down, you can see. So we're not going to get 711.8. We're not going to get that. We would get that if we updated the prediction now. At the moment, we've locked in 718.8 points. So if this ends up being 3-3, we're actually going to be winning well, because then we have one more than what you would get today if you were to predict this 133 today. So we don't need to do anything here. We need to leave it. Wow. Okay, so this one's gone up. This is now 902. It's only gone up by 3 points, which is not really a lot. You might think that every point counts, and technically it does, right? But you only have a limited amount of energy, okay? And so we can't update everything and anything. We have to prioritize our energy for the predictions which have been updated and are going to give us a much bigger points increase than just 3. So we're going to come back to the Augsburg versus Leipzig one, because even though it's gone up, it hasn't gone up a huge amount. And it might go up even more if we leave it until tomorrow. Leverkusen versus Bayern Munich has stayed the same, 698.5. Stuttgart versus Mainz has stayed the same. That's good. Hoffenheim has gone down, so we don't need to do anything there. Okay. So the one game that we maybe need to think about changing here is the Augsburg versus Leipzig game. But before we change it, we're going to check our Argentinian games first, because they might need changing too. And you can already see that in the live game week, we're already doing quite well, because we have predicted 1-1 for every single game here. And this one was a draw, and it was an under 2.5 draw. So we're going to get a nice amount of points of 166.5. This game is happening tonight, so is this one. And then these games are happening tomorrow morning, as in like tomorrow early morning. So really late at night tonight, technically. So we're going to check these ones now. It's gone down. We don't need to do anything. This one's gone up, and it's gone up by 8. So we are going to improve that. Update the prediction there. This one has gone up by 3. We technically don't need to change it for the moment. We might come back and change it if we have any energy left over. This one has gone up by 6. We need to change that. Okay. This one's gone down. This has gone down too. That's gone down. That's gone up by 1. We're definitely not going to spend 2 energy to update the prediction by 1, even if it has gone up with a green bar or a green arrow. This one's gone up by 7. That one needs to be updated. We cannot take this down less than 10. And you're going to see why in a minute. We cannot take our energy down less than 10. So we can only update another 2. And then we're done. Okay. So the 2 that we can update, where was it? Was it this one? Yeah. So the Racing Club San Lorenzo one has gone up by 3. We can update that one. And then we've got 12 energy, but it costs 2 to update your prediction. So now I'm going to spend another 2 back on the Wolfsburg game. No, the Augsburg game, right? So we go back into the German league. We go back to the Augsburg game here. We update this one by an additional 3. Okay. And now we've got 10 energy left over. The reason we can't spend any more of that is because we need to pay it forward into game week 65. And the reason I say that is that our energy is going to refresh on Tuesday. I think it's like 6 in the morning on Tuesday, okay? If we want to start predicting in game week 65, we need to leave some energy left over, because the Argentinian league has a game that's happening on, it's happening on Tuesday at midnight. Okay, so technically, we need to wait until the odds are available for this one, and then we need to use this energy to predict that one. If we don't save this energy, then what it means is that by the time we get our new energy next week, this game would have already happened. And so we're going to miss out on predicting that game there. Okay? So we need to save this, hold it back, wait until the odds are available, and then spend the 10 in there. By the time we get our new energy next week at 6 in the morning on Tuesday, of course, then we can use next week's energy to then predict the rest of these ones here. Because this one is happening so early on, before we get our energy, our new energy, we need to save some of our energy from this week to then make sure that we can spend it in the next game week so that then we can predict this league fully and we don't miss any games at all. Oh, right. I think that's enough of me talking nonstop now. Guys, how are we doing in the chat? FTS, Jamiro Montero to Gaziantep. Surely not. Is that true? I hope not. I don't want him to go to Gaziantep. Oh no, that's such a bad one. If that is actually confirmed, then I might actually sell Jamiro Montero. That is not a good one. Gaziantep. Oh, cool. Yeah, I can see it here. Oh, no. Damn. That's not good. I was hoping that he would get a move to an MLS club. That's a little bit annoying. Now, he's a great player, so I'm not saying he's not a great player, and I have him. What I'm saying is that he is joining a team that's not that great. And so in the new format, I don't think he's going to thrive. In fact, he's not. I don't think. Where's he gone? There he is here. He's £18.95. I bought him for £28.74. I'm not going to sell him for a loss, right? So I think I am going to get him up for sale, but I'm not going to sell him for a loss here. If I can get my money back, then I will do. I don't want him if he's going to play for Gaziantep. So we need to get him up. Yeah. Because you have to think about how things are going to pan out in the new format. And a Jamiro Montero for an MLS club would have been great. Because then he's in Challenger. And technically the Turkish Super League is in Challenger too, right? But stick Jamiro Montero in an MLS team in a league where there's a high chance for high scoring. Great. Amazing. Stick Jamiro Montero in the Turkish Super League in a tier that is competing against the MLS, for example. He's not as effective, especially for a club that is just not that strong. So we need to get him up. And I think I would have sold him anyway, even if we hadn't have had that update. As in, like, I was hoping that he would get a move to a good club. So if we had not had the update and this transfer had still happened, I would have still got him up for sale. Because I had Gaziantep players and they're fine, but I don't want them, especially now in the new format. And I was really banking that he would get a move to the MLS because I wanted to have a card that would give me a lot of utility over the summer with Jamiro Montero. Jamiro Montero has joined a European club, the Gaziantep. So he's only going to have a few months of utility, and then the new season cards will come out in August or whatnot. So it's fine. I like him, but he's got to go up. I wonder how much I could sell him to a bot for. If I can sell him to a bot for, well, how much is he on the market right now for? I know if I sell him to a bot, I'm not going to make my money back. I'm then going to make a loss, right? Yeah, look. He's so low. Even the bots are selling him for £20 now. Such a shame. Let's get him up. We bought him for 0.015. Let's try and get him up and get our money back on him. Like that. There we go. Turkish league most of the time is a joke. I hoped Montero would go back to the Netherlands. Yeah, I didn't really mind where he went, if I'm honest with you. I just wanted him to join a club that was solid, right? There was a strong team that could be having the chance to smash other teams, right? Gaziantep are not smashing anyone. And with him in the team, I'm sure they'll do a lot better. And he'll be the main man for them. But it's Gaziantep at the end of the day. Gaziantep in the current format's pretty good. In the new format, no way. No way. Need to be aiming higher than that. I think it's my only card I've got out for sale. Yeah, he is actually. All right. It's only 4 o'clock. Let's get some free tip scout coupons open, I think, if we can. Let me have a drink as well. So, okay. I've opened up most of the free tip scout fund coupons. The ones that I haven't opened up is because we can't do them. We don't have a balance in our account to do them, like the Go Shopping and the Show Me the Money. But the Show Me the Money has a cooldown anyway, and because we already activated that for Twitch Gaming, yeah, even if we activated it, opened it up, you wouldn't be able to use it until next week. Free Tip Scout, can you elaborate on never chase the changes? Never. Yeah, I will in a minute. I need to go. I'll drive to Dortmund now to attend our game later. Oh, Twitch Gaming. Lovely, man. Thank you so much, as always, for the incredible support. Good luck to your Dortmund boys for the game. And yeah, we'll catch you on the next one. Yeah, for sure. Enjoy it, man. Have a good time. Never chase the changes. Okay. Never chase the changes, okay? If you want to know why we're talking about that, I posted a tweet yesterday, which Arthur is referencing. This one here. So the way to almost future-proof your gallery from any changes in Sorare, in my opinion, and based on how I've been playing Sorare, because it's the same strategy that I've been doing, the one that you can see on the screen, this is how I've been playing Sorare for 3 years, and every time they make a change, I am never affected. I'm never really affected. I never need to sell players. I never need to like completely redo my gallery. The reason that I'm never affected is because when Sorare make the changes, okay, let's take the collections, for example. When Sorare all of a sudden announced that there was collections in the game, what Sorare is basically telling their users is that you have an advantage now and an incentive to start playing the collection game. And they called it the collection game, right? So the more players that you collect from one team, that's your collection. You get a bigger bonus and you get a bigger boost, right? But think about this, right? Sorare adds something into the game and they say, this is in your interest to be collecting cards now, right? Then let's say that Sorare then make another change, which then undoes and reverses almost like a U-turn on the collections, right? But when they initially said we're now adding the collections in here, which is almost incentivizing to collect and to run stacks, the same teams. Lots of managers would have started to change their strategy, go and buy collections. So the, players all from the same team, and they would have been focusing on one area. Okay. But what happens is that if you do that, and if you skip to the tune and dance to what Sorare want you to do, it then means that you are then at the mercy of them when they then decide to do something that then is that then goes against that previous change or the previous update, right? And so the way that I play Sorare is that Sorare can change anything as far as I'm concerned, right? They can make loads and loads of changes, right? They can make as many changes as they want to. Hopefully they don't, but they can make as many changes as they want to. And we know that there are going to be more changes in the future, okay? So if we know that there are going to be more changes in the future, and if you look back at the last 2 years or so, 3 years, the game has been constantly evolving, constantly changing. Some of that has been as a natural part of the game developing. Some of it's been corrections from Sorare because they just have found that the things that they've done before aren't simply working. So then they're then going in a different direction. Now, if you play Sorare your own way and you don't follow the changes which they're making, then you're not going to be in a problem when they then change it again in the future. And so there's two really essential ways to shield yourself from damage or the fallout from when Sorare make changes. Simply buy good players, right? And what I mean by that is that it doesn't matter if a player is injured or is not playing at the moment. If you look at a player and you think that that player is genuinely a good player, their quality, they might not have the scoring to back that up, but you think that they're a good player and they're worth investing in because you think that in the future they will actually come good for you, then buy those players, right? Don't buy mediocre players. Don't buy players that you think are good for the next game week, but aren't actually good for your gallery long term. Because then you're just buying form players, or which has been the case for cat modes, right? Cat modes has been about trying to shift out or bring in players that you think are good for the short term, but not necessarily good for your gallery in the long term. So then you have players that, you don't really want to use that much. You just wanted to use them for one game week. And cat mode is another example of how it was added into the game. And then people started to think, okay, I need to start being a bit more fluid with my gallery, like shifting players out, bringing players in. That's, as you can tell now with the update, that whole philosophy of being fluid with your gallery has disappeared. It's been phased out because now the emphasis is on keeping cards and building and building and building, right? So the key is to just buy good players, like, for example, let's bring up Arda, right? Arda's a good player. If you know football, you know this player is quality. He's a bloody good player. He's a talented player. Buy good players. He's not really playing at the moment. His value is actually going down. The last time we looked at him in Limited, he was about £50. Okay, so he was around here. Look, he was about £60. He's now £20. Doesn't really matter. It does, but my point here is that you need to focus on players that you think are going to be high-performing elite players, or they already are, but they're not necessarily playing. Buy good players, right? And if Sorare make changes, don't all of a sudden think, okay, I need to change my gallery to fit the new thing now that Sorare is promoting or that Sorare is pushing. Because unfortunately, for the last 5 years, and this isn't a criticism of Sorare, this is just a fact, right? The last 5 years of Sorare, because Sorare's been around for the last 5 years. Over the last 5 years, Sorare has had a massive identity crisis where it is trying to work out what it is. It's trying to work out what it's about, what the game should be about, how it should be played. And over the last 5 years, it's gone through so many different iterations that have all in many ways been contrasting to previous changes or previous things they've done. They're still trying to work it out. They're still trying to find what they are about. Okay. And they will probably still continue to change things to finally work out what they should be and how the game should look like, right? So what I'm saying is that just buy good players, because if you buy good players, they're going to be good no matter what, right? And then what I'm also saying is that if you buy good players and in many areas, okay, so don't just buy good players in one area, try to buy players from different leagues, from different regions, okay, in different types of players. So you're not just stuck with all your eggs in one basket. Try to diversify the types of players that you've got in your gallery. And what you'll see for me, for example, is that I have a real mix of players, okay? And it's very deliberately done so that when you look at my gallery here, I have lots of different players from all around the world, different teams, different leagues. And then I have a few players from the same team, and I have one collection. So I didn't even go too hard on the collections when Sorare launched them, because I thought, well, I don't want to overexpose myself by going hard on the collections, because Sorare might change the collections in the future and then I'm screwed. Because then I've shifted my whole gallery towards collections when actually it's nice to be a bit agile. So that's what you see with my gallery. There's a lot of players, individual players from all different types of teams. But the reason I've done that is because I buy good players. I don't buy a collection full of players that I don't want, because that's what Sorare say. I don't do the capped modes purely just for game week to game week. There might be times where I look at bringing in a player that I think can help me for the next game week, but then there's also someone that I wouldn't mind holding on to anyway. So that's the point about that tweet there, is that if you always just buy good players, you can't go wrong. If you buy good players in different areas, you're going to shield yourself from any changes in one specific area. It's like buying stocks, right? If you buy a stock, if you're playing the stock market and you buy all stocks in pharmaceutical companies and you have no other stocks in, say, finance or consumer goods or whatnot, and then all of a sudden, pharma takes a big hit, you're going to be overexposed in one area, and all of a sudden your portfolio is going to start crashing, right? But if you've only got a little bit in that, you've got a little bit in another area and a little bit in another area, it doesn't really matter what happens, because you've always then got players or you've got assets which can adapt to the new environment. So that's essentially what I was trying to say there, because that's how I've been playing Sorare from day one, is that I am just trying to buy players that I really think are quality, that I want to keep, and I'm trying to do it so that I am never really so focused on one specific area in Sorare, so that they can change no matter what they want, and I will still be able to play Sorare and do good in Sorare in the new situation. And this is why when you guys were asking me yesterday, what do I need to change in my gallery? I don't need to change anything. And I'm not joking. I don't need to change a thing in my Sorare gallery for the new update. My gallery is so versatile because of the way that I play Sorare around. I'm playing it my way. Sorare, you do what you want, but I'm always just going to play it my way rather than jumping to the next lane because you say, oh, look, we're going to do this now, so you should be doing that. And then 6 months later, oh, actually, we're also going to be doing this now, or we're going to be doing this instead. So jump over into that lane. Stay in your lane. Stay in your lane and do what is right, which is buy good players, good quality players, right? And try and buy good quality players in loads of different areas, and you'll always, always be in a good position in Sorare. Iteration. In the last 5 years, it's been choosing the only way to make easy money. In this case, easy money will be people buying 24, 25 players. Before was the collection. Before was the different scarcity. Yeah. If you look back at the last 5 years or so, it's always been another thing and another thing and another thing. Then there's been lots of good improvements in Sorare. But Sorare, honestly, have not known like what they're doing. we can talk about just quickly. A good example is the amateur. Let's bring it up. Okay. So where is it? Let's bring up the blog because I think just to rein it home, right? How constantly changing the game has been, which is why we need to be trying to shield yourself from any further changes. Because I'm telling you now that there will be loads more changes. Like this all here that's been proposed actually sounds amazing for me, and I think it's great. I guarantee you that there will be even more changes over the next 6 months, and then after the 6 months, there will probably be even more changes to this structure and to this whole vision. So this is not like this is what it's going to be now. There'll be more changes as well. Guarantee it. There'll be more changes. So you've got to be prepared for that. That's what I'm saying. Don't just like all of a sudden start gearing your gallery towards this because this will not stay. Look at the past behavior, right? Past behavior shows us that the game is constantly changing because they're still trying to work out what is the right thing for Sorare. And I still don't think they've really found it. So they will continue to still change or iterate, as they want to say, in the game. The thing I want to bring up here is this, for example. I think this is a really good example of how there's almost been a lack of long-term planning in Sorare, okay? Because it wasn't that long ago that the amateur competitions and the kickoff competitions and the specialist competitions, it was not that long ago that those competitions were not only launched in the game, but they also went through changes to which indicated that they were going to be almost like a long-term permanent fixture in the game format, right? Amateur, for example, a classic case of that is that everybody could play amateur. Not everybody could play amateur. Amateur wasn't even called amateur, to be fair, was it? I can't even remember what it was called, but it wasn't even called amateur. They renamed it to amateur. It's been a lot of change to formats that gave the impression that, okay, they're spending that time changing them, they must be things that are going to have some longevity. But then 6 months down the line or so, it's not like these are being scaled back. These are being discontinued. They're being removed. And to be fair, the amateur, since they've launched the rivals, that kind of makes sense because like now you can't almost have two free-to-plays. One free-to-play is more than enough. But when they were coming up with the rivals, right? When were they coming up with the rivals then? Because 6 months ago, they were still making tweaks to the amateur. So if they were already thinking about rivals 6 months ago, surely you would just kind of keep the amateur without having to keep changing it, knowing that you were going to phase it out anyway. So yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant by don't chase the changes, because if you start chasing what Sorare are pushing, then when Sorare then change it again, you're not going to be in a good situation, because then you're going to be left holding your dick, and they're then going to be saying that the pussy's now over there, kind of thing. Bit of a weird analogy, but you know what I mean, right? You're going to be like, well, I thought this was the gold. Now you're telling me that this is the new gold. I then have to do that now to be in a position to get there. So, yeah, just don't. I know a lot of people are fretting, and a lot of people are thinking, what do I need to do? And probably the key thing is to just don't follow what Sorare want you to do. Do what you want to do. And on that note, I can actually see that Ligma has redeemed a Review My Gallery. So, Ligma, let's have a look at your gallery then, man. Let's have a look at your gallery. I guess your name is Ligma, isn't it? I think it is, actually. Oh, the gallery is J99. Of course it is, yeah. It's that one there, isn't it? Okay. So Ligma wants us to do a bit of a review of his gallery. Now, obviously with the new update and the new format, it's when we do these review galleries now, I think it's really important that we talk about the players that are going to be good to go into the new format, right? It completely makes sense to be looking forward, which is probably the whole point of doing this review gallery now. We're going to have a little look and we're going to try and get a feel. How many players we got here? We're going to try and get a feel. He's got 91 limiteds and 40 rares. Let's look at the rares, right? Let's look at the rares here. Because I know that that is a big concern for a lot of people that have built their gallery for Cap 240. That obviously now might not be, with the players they've got, the right selection of players to help them in the new format. And we can see that he's got quite a few rares. He's got 40. Let's look at the goalkeepers first of all. Okay. Okay. So we have Adam and we have Joe Willis, okay? Now, Joe Willis, I think, is a good goalkeeper. And I think he is a good goalkeeper in the current format. I think also that Joe Willis technically is a good goalkeeper in the new format. The problem slightly with Joe Willis is that because he is a goalkeeper that's very good at hitting mid-range scoring, right? You can see it here. It does mean that he might struggle a little bit in the new format. But I don't think that that is a reason to get rid of Joe Willis at all. Joe Willis is a good enough goalkeeper that because of his level of AA and the fact that he makes some incredible saves, and especially penalty saves as well, he has that ability to give you the real high end. So Joe Willis is the type of player for me that is still very relevant and very valuable in the current format. And even in the new format, with the MLS being grouped with, let's bring up the blog so we can also show you guys, right? If you don't know, here we go. Even with the MLS being grouped now with the Championship and the Turkish Super League and the Eredivisie, I still think he can hold his own in Challenger. So I don't think personally that you would really need to do anything. Let's close this down as well. Ligma, I don't think you need to change your goalkeeper at all. I think this is a good goalkeeper. This is also a fantastic goalkeeper too. Playing for Sporting, a little bit on the older side, but playing for a really quality team. And again, if we look at the new tiers now, the Portuguese league is going to be grouped in here. So I think, again, someone like this goalkeeper here, Adam, could hold his own because he's playing for one of the best teams in the Portuguese. Look at the level of results here. Pretty good. So I think your goalkeepers are pretty solid, to be honest with you. The one issue that you slightly have with Adam is that because he's playing for a very strong team, he's not really facing a lot of shots, right? And so you can see the big problem with him is that he will get you a lot of clean sheets most of the time, but the trade-off is that you then don't get the real high-end scoring from him because he's just not being tested enough because they dominate Sporting in most of their games here. So kind of in the threshold in the current system, he's actually quite good because of the fact that he can give you those scores of 60 points or more quite often. In the new format, he'll struggle a little bit because of the fact that he's just not going to be able to give you enough of those scores. Look at this here. He's played 139 games. He's only got 3 scores of 80 points or more. If you look at Joe Willis, for example, Joe Willis, who you've got, has played roughly the same amount of games, but look at the amount of times he's hit into the high end. And that high end could be the real crucial difference in the new format. So I think your goalkeepers are fine, technically. I think that this goalkeeper is more suited towards the current format than he is to the new format. But he will still be able to do okay in the new format because of the amount of frequency he's going to give you of scores of 60 points or more. So if you put this guy in a lineup that has a lot of heavy hitters that can get into the 80, 90 range, you're going to do good still. You are still going to do good. So, yeah, I don't mind that. I think your goalkeepers are fine. Let's have a look at your defenders here. I think from the looks of it, you've got a lot of defenders with low L15s, and it looks like you have a lot of defenders that are very suited towards format right now, but probably are going to struggle in the new format. Fran Gamez is good. I like him a lot. I actually had him. I think he's a good player because he gives you a lot of consistent scoring when he starts and good high-end scoring too. He'll be fine. This guy is going to struggle. This is the type of player that is going to struggle, I think, in the new format. He will give you okay levels of scoring. He doesn't give you the scoring really. Look, you can see it quite clearly. Based on how he plays, if we target the starts here, right? When he starts, he's giving you the threshold scoring that's good for now. But I think, and I think maybe some of you guys might disagree with me, we're going to have to see how it pans out in the division format when the new structure is fully rolled out. I think even a player like this, right, in the low divisions of Division 4, I just don't think they're going to offer the good value, the good enough scoring that's going to help you to get into the rewards and to get promoted. I just don't. I think that this type of player is probably going to be the types of players that suffer the most. They don't have enough high-end scoring. Their decisive scoring is non-existent. As in, you can't even expect this guy to give you attacking returns. His AA is good, but it's not great. So again, that restricts his ability to hit into the high end. He's playing for a team that's okay. They're not that great. You know, they don't really smash other teams. So again, that limits his ability to hit a monster score. They don't dominate in possession enough, which again limits his ability to score really high. He doesn't really have any additional utility outside of La Liga Smart Bank 2. You can't use him for midweek. He has he has a little bit of international utility, but not a lot. You can see that here. So this guy who's at £5.92 that you've got, this is the type of defender that at the moment is probably quite a good one in the threshold system. Because if he gets you these kind of scores, right? Let's bring it back up here. If he gets you these types of scores, these are great for threshold right now. Like if you get 52, 55, 57, you're on your way to hit the 280 if everybody else pretty much does roughly the same or so, right? But in the new format, I just don't think in a division that this type of player is going to... I think people are going to start to clock on pretty quickly that this type of player just doesn't really have a place in a new format, to be honest with you. Unless you get really lucky and they end up doing an 81 or an 80, which they're just not able to do. You need to have players that can hit that, or at least hit into this range much more consistently. And he just can't really do it. So I think you have a few other players, like you've got this guy here, who I would group in the same. You know, technically this player is great for the current format because he has this really nice low L15. He's starting and playing all the time. His level of scoring high end can be really great. So perfect for cap modes, right? Because if you can put him in a team like Cap 220 or Cap 240 with an L15 of 43, and you really think he can hit like a big monster score, you're going to be laughing the way to rewards, right? But this type of player in the new format, not so much really, because you need a little bit more consistency. And the problem that you have with this guy is that he's too inconsistent. Look, -6 here, -18, -13 in the AA, -16 here, -9. This type of player is perfect for cap modes because you know when you play them is that you're going to take a risk where they can give you a really terrible score or a really game-making score. And you are taking the gamble that they're going to massively outperform that. In the new divisions, you're going to need people that are much better at scoring 50, 60, certainly 60 and 70 much more consistently. So these types of players are also going to suffer, in my opinion. So I think if I had this type of player, would I keep them for the new format? I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. Even though he's got some really good high end, I just think that you're not going to be able to rely on good enough scoring most of the time in order for him to help you progress up the ladder. This type of player was perfect for cat modes, which is why these players are going to suffer. I won't go through more of your defenders because I think you get the gist of what we're doing here. For example, Arbilla, just quickly. Arbilla, I think, is actually a pretty good player for the existing and the new format, right? And I think we can see why, because he is going to be able to give you quite consistently a lot of that scoring that we all need to be targeting now. He is on the older side, of course, but if he continues to play, which I think he will, should be great, should be decent. Some of these other players, not so much. You will have a few players that will have like a low L15, but obviously can hit much bigger scoring because they've just got the low L15 either through sub appearances or injuries or whatnot, right? But I think you get the gist of it. Let's go to your midfielders really quickly. You're very, yeah, this is the other thing as well. Your gallery at the moment, just from the looks of it, is very, very focused on La Liga Smart Bank 2. And I have to be honest with you, I think that La Liga Smart Bank 2, in my opinion, I think is not going to do that good. La Liga Smart Bank 2 players. Look at the other competitions that it's going to be going up against and think about some of the big heavy hitters. La Liga Smart Bank 2 going up against the Scottish Premiership. So the Celtics in there, right? The Celtic are going to dominate. Then you've got the Bundesliga 2, right? Bundesliga 2 for me is a very good league for where you have a lot of players that really spike and explode to huge scores because there's often loads of goals in that game. And it's a very intensive kind of league. The Liga Smart Bank 2, there's less goals that are scored, so the clean sheets are a little bit better. But you also have a lot of teams in there that don't really tend to dominate because the games are very close, right? They're very tight. It's not like the Croatian league where you've got the big heavy hitters that will tend to dominate, like the Rijekas and the Dynamo Zagrebs, the hashtag splits, right? Or Bundesliga. I just think that this is a really difficult league now that it's been grouped in with a lot of these here. And there's so many leagues in here, right? So this is almost like you're competing in All-Star every week, isn't it? If you have La Liga players, it's like they were a little bit protected when they were, you could play them just in the second div, right? And then at least you're going up against Bundesliga 2, the League 2, Championship. It's a little bit more on the same footing. La Liga 2 going up against the Brunettes, right? The Brunettes and the Hal Preciados and the Diego Valdezes of the world, because the La Liga MX is in here. I just think I think that it's difficult, and it's especially difficult for Ligma, I think, now, because even though you've got very good players, these are good players, a lot of them from La Liga Smart Bank 2 that are good for cat modes, and the fact that they're mainly La Liga 2 just don't think puts you in a good position for the new format. And again, it kind of comes back to what I was mentioning, wasn't it? Where this was probably a really good strategy when the Liga Smart Bank 2, or the Liga Smart Bank, sorry, was kind of distinguished rather than being grouped with a lot of big, heavy-hitting leagues or teams that do good in those leagues, right? You could just focus on second div if you really wanted to and not have to worry about Celtic coming in and dominating you, or a Dynamo Zagreb, or even the Russian Premier League we talked about. Imagine a La Liga Smart Bank team having to try and outscore Zenit St. Petersburg. Like, difficult, really difficult. And there will be a few times they'll do good, but I think if you have La Liga Smart Bank players, do you really feel that this is a good move? Probably not. Probably not. It's not bad for clean sheets, yeah, because there's not a lot of scoring that's happening in Liga Smart Bank. But the point here is the clean sheets alone aren't necessarily going to be that great because you almost need to be in a position where you are competing against other teams that can't smash other teams so hard. And the La Liga here is going to be, the players are going to be going up against teams in other leagues that just simply smash, they keep a clean sheet and then they smash them as well for goals scored. So the stacks in that for those teams are going to be very, very deadly. So looking at your gallery, Ligma, it is definitely far too weighted in the Liga Smart Bank. And if I was you, I don't think you need to have so many players from the Liga Smart Bank. If I was you, I would try to shift a few of them out and try, if you can, try to get a couple of players that could allow you to put a lineup out either in Challenger or Champions, but Champions is going to be very expensive to do in Rare. It's always expensive in Rare to do, but it's now going to be even more expensive to do, given the utility that they have and the value that they have in the new format. So if I was in your position, I'd try to sell a few of the La Liga Smart Bank players that just don't seem to translate well into the new format. Some of them that you have do, a few of them just don't. To try and shift them out if you can. That's what I would do. And then I would use that money to then maybe start to get into the MLS if you can, which is going to be a little bit expensive, or any other one of these leagues here. Yeah, that's what I would do. Yeah, smart bank, that you could have like a smart bank defense, and then you could have like a Croatian or a Bundesliga 2 attack, couldn't you? That would work. Yeah, that would work for sure. But I think the way that Liegma's got his gallery at the moment is that he's not even really in a position to do that because all his players are pretty much just a Liga Smart Bank, right? So keeping a few La Liga Smart Bank would be great for sure. Then you would almost need to focus on some players because even your forwards are mainly La Liga Smart Bank, right? I mean, you have a few that are outside, but it's largely La Liga Smart Bank. And it's just not really a good league anyway to target for attack. Like now that the new format's coming through, it'd actually be better almost to target J League for attack or K League for attack or Bundesliga 2 for attack. Austrian Bundesliga in many ways, there's some really good attacking teams. There's lots of goals that are being scored in the Austrian Bundesliga. You don't really want to be targeting attackers from the Argentinian league, for example. That's a great league to target for defenders, for goalkeepers, for defensive midfielders. But then you could maybe target attackers from the Liga MX, right? The Mexican league. So then you could have a little nice mix there where you're going to have a strong defense, then tied into some of those leagues, right? That then offer that really explosive potential in attack that will then allow you to compete close to or on the same level of the Celtics, the Zenit St. Petersburgs, the Dynamo Zagrebs of the world in contenders. But I think you do need to water down still. You're too focused in one area. Yeah. You think the smartest thing to do is to sell rares as I go? It's not like it's easy to sell right now. Yeah. So I think you probably just need to get a couple of people up and then just be patient, see if they can sell. I don't think you need to panic sell, right? You don't really want to be panic selling. Don't think you need to do that. I think just getting the ball rolling, we're trying to adjust the gallery so that you're just a little bit more flexible in the new format would probably be the way to go. You don't need so many La Liga Smart Bank, even though it's probably a league you really like. I think you just need to give yourself a little bit more agility. Hello to FPL Thinker. Is Airseg a good player in the new format? Good question. I think he is, but I think a lot of it comes down as well with Airseg to how much you pick him up for, right? Because, like Airseg at the moment, he's what, £20 now? Um, it looks like he's been dropping a little bit since the announcement, but that might just be one random kind of transaction rather than the start of a trend. Airseg is a good player for me because he's playing for a team that doesn't defend well, but they go quite hard on attack. And you can kind of see like that in his scoring. One of the problems with Airseg, though, is that he does not really give enough scores in the higher range. And what made Airseg quite good, I felt, in the current format, is that he was quite versatile to use in 240 and 220. So in the cap modes there, very good. Because every now and then, he's just going to have a bit of a shocker. And that's obviously going to keep his L15 in check. In the new format, when he's going up against these guys here, he will have some use, but I think that his value in the new format is probably not. I'm not talking about financial value. I'm talking about his SO5 value. His SO5 value has probably decreased a little bit, in my opinion. But I think if you have an anti-airseg, like which I'd have, I don't feel the need or the panic to be thinking, shit, new format, I've got anti-airseg, I need to get him out. I actually think that he will probably still be okay in the new format. Yeah. He won't be as good in the current format, but I think he'll be okay. What are the best leagues in your opinion? You mean this one here in the new format? I think the best league, in my opinion, is the Champions. Like, I think if I was starting Sorare today from fresh and I saw this this update, I would try to build quite heavily in the champions. But of course, I wouldn't just purely build in the champions because you want to try and have a little bit of diversity, right? You want to try and negate the risk where you are too overexposed in one particular area. So again, it's really good just to kind of like have many, what's the word? Many, your fingers in many pies, if that's even an expression. I can't even remember. But you know what I mean, right? Having many things going off at the same time in different areas. But the champions would really attract me because of the fact that there seems to be, if you read between the lines, there almost seems to be a bit of a message from Sorare that just trying to target now the real best players in the game to restore the value to the top end elite scorers in the game is going to pay off for you because then that will allow you to progress really high. There'll be a bigger demand for them, so you could sell them for profit. And also, I really like the fact that these are getting their dedicated competitions as well. So there's like going to be a Bundesliga, a La Liga, and we already know that currently there's a Premier League in season as well. And the cash rewards in those just look so good. It's almost worth investing if you can in the champions players. Under 23 is good too, yeah. Under 23 is good. Under 23 has always been good, but I think under 23 is also really good. Yeah, because with under 23, the kind of advantage with under 23, probably not advantage, probably that's the wrong word to say, but with under 23, if you are good at spotting the youngsters, then you could just basically build lots of good under 23 teams with high potential that could then win you under 20, like new season under 23 cards, right? And then with those new season under 23 cards, you could then use them depending on where they're, like what leagues they're coming from. Because that's the thing with under 23. You win players from different leagues, right? If you go into contenders, you're going to be winning players from these leagues here. But in under 23, you could potentially win champion under 23 players there. And then that will allow you to hopefully build a bit of a team a champion team that will then not only be under 23, but then will be champion. So then you could use them in champions, you could use them in Premier League, you could use them in under 23. Really cool. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, under 23 is the only permanent comp with a way to win champ cards with non-champ players. Yeah, exactly. Because you could basically play if you wanted to the Liga Smart Bank under 23 players in here, right? And then if you done that, it could actually win you champion players, and then you can then play in champions. So yeah, it under 23 has essentially become the new All Star, hasn't it? Because there's almost no restriction on the players that you can pick in there, like geographical or league restriction, apart from the fact they just need to be under 23 players. So it's almost become the only true all-star type team now. Yeah, sorry, that's the review of your gallery, man. Yeah, I hope that helps you, Ligma. I hope it helped you a lot, just to try and figure out what's the next step for you. I do think you should try and stick in rares if you can, but I also understand if you feel like you wouldn't be able to get the quality of players in rares that you'd need to move to.
Welcome to the real world.
Thank you to Radoki for the follow. Welcome to the channel, man. I understand, but what do you think are the best leagues per division? Okay. Well, best league per division. You mean like what are the best leagues in champions? What are the best leagues in challengers? What are the best leagues in contenders? Is that what you mean, Malv? I think the Premier League for sure. Premier League is the best league in that one. In champions, best league in challenges for me personally. And I'm gonna say best is in like best is a combination of the quality of the football and also how how much I like it. I would actually probably say the championship because the championship is a very high quality for me. Um, it's actually often considered to be the most competitive league in the world, the championship. You could literally look at the championship and pretty much look at every single team in the championship and say that they could probably be in the Premier League as well. Really. And when you see a lot of their teams go up into the Premier League from the championship, of course a lot of them do struggle, but they have a lot of players already when they go up that are technically good enough to play the Premier League. So championship, I also kind of want to say the MLS as well, because I think that that standard has been really coming on a lot over the last few years. And I think it's so exciting as well, the MLS. Like you get so many good players over there. So, but for me, I think it would be the championship as well. And then for this one here in contenders, it's a little bit tricky. There's been a lot of talk as to, Argentina, should it really be in there? I think it really should, if I'm honest with you, because there's only a few like real standout teams, right, in the Argentinian league, but the standard is still quite good. It's funny because I don't really rate the standard of the Scottish Premiership, if I'm honest with you. I never have. I was a little bit surprised to see the J League in here. I think the J League is quite a good standard of football now. And it was also kind of the same with the K League. A little bit trickier to work out on this one, I think. Russian Premier League has quite a good standard. So probably in contenders, I would say Russian Premier League. But this one's a little bit more harder to, I think, just immediately say that's the best. That's the best league. Yeah, I think it's a little bit easier for these two. personally. But everyone will have their own preference. But for me, I'd probably say, yeah, Champions Premier League, Challengers is Championship, and then maybe the Russian Premier League, because the Russian Premier League has players in there that are so insane. They're so good in many ways. They should be playing for bigger clubs in Europe. I say bigger clubs, right? They should be playing in um, maybe the more kind of like the mainstream European leagues, if you want to say that. Can I play an in-season card in Classic? Yeah, you can. Yeah. It actually shows you as well how it works. Let me bring it up for you. It shows you that you can do that. Where is it? At the top here. Here we go. Yeah. So I don't know if you can see it. I'll just zoom in really quickly so you can see it. But yeah, in the Classic, you can play 5 in-season or 5 Classic. Doesn't really matter. So yeah, if you wanted to play all 5 new season cards in Classic, you can do that. Equally, if you wanted to just play your cards from a few years back, or your old season cards, you can do that in Classic too. The only real restriction on where you can use your Classic cards is in the new season, because you have to use, well, you don't have to, but if you wanted to use a Classic card in the new season, you have to use one, a minimum of one, but you could equally play 5 new season cards in there. So you can see what they're doing. They're really pushing the new season cards, because the new season cards already give you good utility in both competitions, whereas the Classics don't. The old cards will give you good utility in the Classic, of course, to try and win the new season cards, and then limited utility in the new season card to win the cash, right? So what they're saying is that you can't just come into the game, buy a bunch of cards off the secondary market, and then just start rinsing the game for cash and then just cashing the game out. So this is what we were talking about yesterday, that this is effectively a paywall. So they've tucked and hidden, they haven't hidden it, but they've tucked the cash behind a paywall, that now if you want to actually win that, you can, of course, get to it by not buying cards directly from Sorare, because you could technically come into the game, buy 5 cards off the secondary market, and then try and grind winning new season cards, and then that way you can then hopefully win 5, then enter a new season competition. Or the easier way, which is actually a bit more beneficial way for most managers, is that you come into the game, you get a collection bonus, right? When you collect new season cards. So it's actually in your interest to be buying a whole set of a team, because then you can just use them in Classic and you can also use them in new season. So that way your new season cards are winning you more new season cards, and then you're also using them to win cash as well. He's doing well, isn't he, Yimichara? Yeah. No surprise though, right? He always does well when he starts and he's fit. Yeah, well, you can mix them, but you can only mix them in the new season. You could technically mix them in here too. So you could play, 2 Classics and 3 new season if you wanted to, or 1 Classic and 4 new season, or 4 new season and 1 Classic in here. You can mix and match them in here. But the point is that you can't use your Classic cards. You can't use a full team of 5 Classic cards, so the old season cards, to win cash. So the way that Sorare are almost valuing the rewards is that the cards are great, but the new cards are a means to an end, and that end is to try and win the cash rewards. And it's kind of a little bit of a shame that it's like that, but it also is quite good that it's like that, because it does make logical sense that that's a good process to go through. But the reason I say it's a little bit of a shame is that it's a shame that, based on the business model of Sorare, that they almost accept that, as they keep just minting and minting and minting, the cards are probably never really going to be the most valuable thing in the game. It's probably going to be the cash most of the time. If they had a slightly different business model, um, where the mint rates were different and the total supply in the game was different, maybe the scarcity limits were different, then what you would probably see would be that maybe the cards would be the things to really win. But kind of what they're saying here is that this is the end goal, to win the cash and whatever else they're going to offer in here. Maybe it's match tickets and VIP experiences and whatnot. But you're essentially not really, you're trying to collect them so that it can help you to win this, rather than trying to collect cards to win the really good cards that are worth a huge amounts of money. Of course you can, but it's almost not the end goal. You then use those to then give you the bigger prizes in cash, right? Anyways, we've talked a lot about the update. We haven't talked about it a lot today, which is good because we have talked about it enough over the last 2 days. But yeah, it is a good update. It is good. There's a few bad things in it, but generally speaking, I love it. I think it's great, and I'm really excited for the new update. The one thing... Yeah, the one thing that we need to get a little bit... Well, there's a few things we need to get some clarity on. It's going to be quite interesting to see what they... well, is it or not? But I guess it's not, right? One of the things that I was going to say is that when, at the end of March, the cap modes will still remain, but they'll only remain for the existing managers. But at the end of March, they're removing the amateur competition. So, for example, in Cap 220 Limited, you won't have access to common cards to use as the one card in the Cap 220. But technically, you'll be able to use like rares, for example, in there. Well, technically, I think we just need a little bit more information on that. They're going to be releasing it soon. All right. I don't think there's anything else, is there, guys, really? It's been another one of those big streams where we've had a lot to do. I am going to be back a little bit later. We're going to do a different stream tonight. It's been quite full on, discussing Sorare and diving into it. And as much as it's fun, it can also be a little bit too tiring and exhausting, not just for you guys, but for me too. So we're gonna do something nice and chill tonight, something that's not Sorare related. We can just take our mind off Sorare. We are obviously going to open our rewards tonight. I have a tier 2 limited to open. So at 8 p.m. tonight, I'll be opening my tier 2. So hopefully you can join me and you can see what we get together. And then you can also tell me what you got. And then we're going to just play Marvel Snap and chill out for a little bit. So thank you so much to everyone today for the support on the channel. As always, it's massively appreciated. And good luck with your teams this weekend. I hope I'm going to see you anyway later on tonight. But until then, thank you, and I'll catch you on the next one.